O, co straci było. Hey, Bubby. Wait. Come here. Go to your seat. Jeez, shattering bones here? Pick it up. Go on. Let's hang chair. Let's hang chair. It's like a little mud. Here's a booby. Goof. What a goof. What a little goof. He's just a little freak. That's what he is. It is chilly. Should be. Oh, damn. You're not even plugged in. No, you're not. Fucking goddamn. That's not cool. That ain't cool at all. Well, fucking hell. Alright, I blame Harley for all this. There we go. That's a good boy. That's a good dog. Oh, there we go. Got a little heater going. Whoa. Woohoo! Alright. Oh, goodness. Get this puppy in here, and then better be in my room. Ah! No! I do not approve. There we go. And she better be in my room. Cool. Alright. Show this on to... Of course that thing has to start blopping on. Here, let's get some tunes, yeah. Explosives, explosions. You're sending me a little explosiveness. Here, let's get some tunes going on here. Thanks, heater. Nice. Whoa, this is exactly what I wanted to turn on right when I got home. Just excellent. Just perfect. Oh, yeah. Man. I think it'd already be gone by the time I came back on my last little break from my work at Harley. But dude, I was kind of mean and wanted to tell you, dude. The El Duce from work came in today for a walkthrough that no one knew about. Apparently, it was literally a surprise walkthrough. And from what I understand, the dude was literally like fucking on everything, essentially. It's like, yeah, the store's right, but there's like a bunch of stuff that's a problem, and these are issues, and this and that, and blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, oh my god. Think about buying a flamethrower. I don't even think you could legally own one of those. Like, I don't think those are legally capable of being owned. Trying to think, like, the only thing that could probably be close that you can get is probably like one of Elon Musk's like flamethrowers, and I don't even think those would be like financially available in your price range. You can legally own a flamethrower in 40 states. In 40 states? Did you actually look this up? I guess I will too. You own a flamethrower. Well, I guess all things considered, I guess you can legally own one, except for California specifically. Like, they outright are just like, no. Oh wait, hold on. There's actually there's like a full wiki page about this. In U.S., flamethrowers are broadly legal for personal ownership. Hold on. California requires a permit, and only Maryland has outright banned the ownership and use. No federal laws exist regarding flamethrowers, as they're not defined as a weapon under the NFA. The United States is signatory to the Convention of Certain Conventional Weapons Protocol 3, which limits military use of flamethrowers, which does not extend to civilian use. Beginning in 2015, several companies began selling flamethrowers to civilians. This is California. Well, it seems like California and Maryland. Yeah, it seems like at least it seems like Oregon doesn't necessarily have that many restrictions on it, at least from what it seems like. So yeah, I guess you could own one. Damn. What's this? Some crazy ass looking article. Houston hotel clerk pulls a handgun on a thief armed with a rifle? Jesus. Damn. This dude's got not just a rifle, but like a full-on like marksman rifle and shit. That dude had a big gun. A man in Houston attempted to rob a hotel. Why would you rob a hotel anyway? Like, okay. But appeared to be shocked when a hotel clerk brought out a handgun of her own. So usually that's why, like, when thieves tend to have weapons, they aren't usually expecting the owner slash shopkeeper slash hotel clerk to have a gun themselves or a weapon themselves. So usually if, like, any weapon seems to be, like, thrown out out of nowhere, it's like, this isn't worth the trouble like I thought it was. I mean, because a handgun is honestly not as strong as a rifle, and, yeah, I mean, but that's still a gun, so it's just like, oh, well, I did not expect this in my robbery. Luckily, it looked like nothing actually came from it. The dude was shocked and ran away after that, so that's honestly a good outcome. Hopefully the dude learned his lesson to not, I don't know, rob things in Texas, because everyone there is fucking packing at least like 5 guns. Like them and their fucking mother and their kids and their dog. It's $300. I mean, in comparison to a lot of stuff that you buy, that isn't really that expensive. Well, here, I saw this earlier and I took a screen cap of it. I think you might find this funny. Hey, what are you doing? But like China and India basically have this weird agreement where they don't use guns on the Himalayan border of India and China. And so instead of guns, they literally have goddamn fucking like maces and medieval weapons. Like, literally, like, there's medieval warfare that's back, baby. India and China are unironically doing medieval warfare in the Himalayan mountains. It's just like, what the fuck? As a way to not, like, escalate to full-on total war, you know, like, for contested territory, whenever border troops between India and China get together, you know, they have, like, this ban on any guns within, like, I think a 5-mile radius of the border. So instead of guns, they use literally like medieval style weapons. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? It's like we're evolving but backwards. Like balloons, we're going back to like the days of like air balloons and zeppelins and shit. Medieval fucking weapons and combat in mountains. It's like we're kind of going back instead of going forward. It's like you'd think you would be moving forward, not result into like medieval combat and zeppelins and balloons. But no. I still find it funny though. Though I imagine getting hit with one of those maces would probably hurt like fucking shit. And I would not want to be touched. I honestly would probably rather get shot than hit by one of those same things. If I was smacked up the head with a mace like that, just shoot me instead. Like, if it's between getting bludgeoned in the head with that versus getting shot in the head, I literally would rather take the latter. because one, you kind of slowly die and very brutally and painfully, and the other one is, I mean, it's quick at least. So there's that. Let's see, overall things could be on the tube today. Full propane tank and to give you a hose and nozzle. Looks pretty badass. Dude, send me a link. I want to see it. You should have mod powers in here. In fact, just in case, you know, here. I'll make sure. Just so you can send links and show me, dude. Because I kind of want to see it. I mean, as long as you're, you know, as long as, I mean, like any firearm, as long as you're acting responsible with it, I don't trust you're gonna do that, but I'm gonna ingrain that in your fucking head whenever I see you with it. Just saying. Don't be carrying that out in public, because you know people are gonna be immediately calling the cops on you, and you know you're gonna get pulled over like 8 times. Like, you know, just be careful of one of those. Why do you like me bonking your head? Goofy dog. Tea. Love it. Doesn't matter to you. Doesn't matter what the people say. Doesn't matter what they do. What are you sniffing? Stop sniffing things. Goddamn dog. What the hell, bro? What the hell? Man, what a little freak. What a little freak ball of a dog. I hope it wasn't give you too much trouble. It seems like he, you know, doesn't get into much shenanigans when he's around you. Versus me, he loves to just like sniff everything and get into everything. Or be a little butt. This dog is a little too smart for his own good sometimes, honestly. And I don't like that. Not usually. This dog knows how to like straight up open doors at this point. Like, I've seen him straight open some damn doors, and it's just like, what the fuck? It's like, can I not have to deal with that? But no, it's just something that I unfortunately have to deal with, because this little bastard. It's a little mutt. Are you gonna stay over there and not, like, sniffing everything, please? Thank you. He's over there chilling now, so hopefully he chills. Dog with a garden coffee night MC. Shout out to Bike Dog and Daddy Bezos. What's up? What's up, Rip City? Ah, hey, what the hell? There we go. I was about to say, it's kind of a quiet night and shit right now, all things considered. It's like it didn't even start this that late. Like, what the hell? Boo. I was gonna do this earlier, but I mean, I was kind of called in for today. But hey, I get 6 days of OT because of it. Because I worked a little bit yesterday too, so whatever, fuck it, I don't really give a shit. I get some OT out of that, so I'm happy. But no, Rip, like there was like a surprise presidential like walkthrough today that I happened to be a part of and shit, where it was just straight up fucking like a surprise El Duce visit. And of course they were shitting on everything that we were doing and stuff, saying that it didn't look good and everything and blah blah blah, and the deli looked the worst out of everything. Probably gonna take OT on Tuesday. Nice. Jesus Christ, wow, there actually is one on Amazon. Wow, it literally is a flamethrower. Oh my god, dude. Includes 10-pound empty propane tank, flame weeds, brush your yard, thaw frozen pipes, melt snow and ice, removes paint, grease, oil, and plastic from metal. So I guess I mean, there's utilitarian uses for it. How far does it blast it out? Does it actually say anything about that, or is it just like nothing? If it's for yards? Yeah, probably not. Yeah, actually, there's a picture of it right here. Yeah, I'm just gonna say it probably doesn't go that far. Made in the USA, brother. America. Yeah, but it looks like it's kind of meant to just get shit like that. Yeah, I think it's more or less meant to, here, say anything about... Yeah, I don't think it says anything about how far it launches. It just shows that, you know, that's kind of what its predominant use is for, and if that's the case, then chances probably won't go that far. Let's see some of these reviews. Someone saying, a review says, great to stop bonfires and fire pits. I got this flame for weed control, but that doesn't do squat. Everything grows back. What this is great for is starting bonfires and fire pit logs to get going. So... So people are saying that, you know, it's... You can set any range you want, it's adjustable. Okay, well, it seems like, you know, at least for the most part, it seems like it's not, like, meant to, you know, make a very serious flame, but, you know, it can look like it at least shoot pretty decently, you know, at least a little bit. There's always a way to modify it. That is true, there is a way to modify it, that I will grant you that. You know, especially with something like that, I mean, it's not going to be hard to modify it. You just want to make sure you get the right parts that are strong and durable enough to handle the heat. Beyond that, I mean, it seems like you should be alright, though. It's more about everything else around you that, you know, should be okay or not. When you say flamethrower initially, I was kind of thinking like a goddamn, like, military flamethrower where it shoots, like, fucking 30 feet or something. And it's just like, Jesus, bro, where are you gonna get one of those? What's this? Is this another one? Oh my god. This is just ridiculous. Oh my god, this can't shoot 30 feet away. Oh my god. Harley, you bastard, you actually sent me something. Yeah, they have a California compliant model. Dude, this actually looks fucking dope. It's like $700, but dude, this one looks a lot more badass.
I don't want to put the end of your nose, your bone end. I want to put the top of your head. Ow!
Well, that's just how he is. He's gonna do that. Showing on screen. Yeah, here, let me show it. Dude, look at this thing. This thing's badass. Dude, look at that. I mean, I would honestly see myself having one of those fucking bastards. Flamethrower for $700. $700, but it's a flamethrower, shoots 30 feet.
That sounds like fun.
Can I have it? What if I actually bought it and you just saw it, you know, one day and I just had it right here and I was like, yeah, look what I got.
Let's go test it out.
Well, we can't really test it out in the woods. We'd have to go...
Yeah, true. We'd have to find, like, a beach or something.
Yeah, we'd have to go to the beach and find, like, an abandoned beach that nobody's at, and we can go target shooting there, and then use this thing on the coast. And shoot things with you know, flames, you know, at the ocean and get mad at Hercules and shit. Get mad at Poseidon. It's like, here, take some flames, bitch. How many tweakers' asses could a 30-foot range singe? A lot. That one's like military style. I know, dude. I mean, this one isn't even in the traditional military style, but it's kind of like if you had like a machine gun and you're holding it, like, I mean, it's kind of built in that style. So I imagine like the actual, like, you know, tank itself is not long lasting, so I'm sure like a burst of it is probably like 10 seconds or something like that. I wonder how much, like, the tanks themselves cost. I'm sure you have to buy a few extra tanks. They also have video of the military one being used, and it's fucking badass. Yeah, there's a YouTube video of it, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I kinda want one. I mean, see, Rip, I mean, see, like, I mean, these things can be fun. I mean, it's not like, you know, it's out of, like, you know, some... you know, weird thing over it. It's just like, hey, boom booms and flames. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. I mean, they could be fun. Ain't no harm in some boom booms and some flames. Flames, boom booms, and pew pews, and boom, you know, and singeing stuff here and there, and you know, I don't see nothing wrong with that. Sometimes I feel like you just get a stick up your ass about some shit sometimes. You're just like, meh. You don't have an issue with flamethrowers. Oh my, well, what if I, like, you know, okay, so what if we bring a flamethrower one day to, like, the beach or some shit? We don't have a flamethrower violence problem. Well, to be fair, like, flames tend to spread on targets you don't intend to. Well, I suppose with guns, I mean, ostensibly, you know, unless you're an idiot or don't know how to aim, you can fucking, you know, at least, you know, from there, like, get your intended target. So, it's just like, flamethrowers tend to have a lot of collateral damage that happens with those things. You can't just willy-nilly use those. And, you know, if it's legal, I won't have a problem with that. I'm not sure if it's legal to use a flamethrower at a beach, though. I want to see anything permitting against it as long as that, you know, they're not legally firearms. I mean, they're flamethrowers. They're a totally different thing. So it's just like, I mean, obviously people get you a lot of looks if someone happens to see it, but I mean, I think as long as there's like nobody around, I think you'd be okay. And if you're pointing it like directly at the beach, you know, towards the water, again, I think you'd be fine. I guess it's the cops that would probably have an issue with it. Which is usually going to be because some dumb Karen bitch, you know, has a problem with it. And it's like, oh my god, someone's using flamethrowers. They're not allowed to have fun on the beach. They're supposed to have fun by building like sandcastles, not using flamethrowers. Oh my god. The Vietnam era flamethrowers. Oh, you mean like the M2 flamethrowers, like the military ones? I mean, those ones are used in like World War II and shit. Those ones go to like 50 to 70 feet, and those ones use napalm and shit like that. It doesn't use like propane like these other ones, these civilian ones. Like, that shit will stick to everything and is meant to burn. And honestly, I've heard some pretty fucked up horror stories about like the results of shit like that. Yeah, they're fun and badass, but I mean, again, like, at least in military use, those things, there's a reason why they're very limited in military use these days. Because there's a lot of ethical qualms about using them. That's why in Vietnam they weren't really used that much. They still were, but nowhere near as much as they were in like the Pacific during World War II and shit. In World War I, they were actually kind of more commonplace then. Watch it all burn, oh my god, of course. I'm starting to unleash the pyro out of Harley a little bit here. I feel like if Harley was in the Marines in World War II, he would be a flamethrower operator. Like, that's pretty much exactly what Harley would be in World War II. He would be in the Pacific Theater being a flamethrower operator. Crack this little bad boy open. Here, let's see what's happening for the tube here. What's going down? Flamethrowers are illegal down here with almost no regulatory requirements. What's up, Venom? Well, yeah, like, we were just looking it up, too, and Oregon doesn't really have anything on that either. It's only in California where it requires a permit, and in Maryland where it's outright prohibited, period. So there's basically only 2 states in the country where it's outright very either restricted or just prohibited. I want a chemical spare personally. Well, Harley wants a flamethrower for the virtue of having a flamethrower. He doesn't give a fuck about doing that for, like, you know, dealing with weeds and shit. He just wants to burn shit. Like, he just wants it so he can just watch things burn. Like, he's just a pyro guy. Like, that's just how he is. And also extra illegal for... Yeah. At least, like, flamethrowers have limited use. Chemical warfare is outright illegal and prohibited. For good reason. Because it's, like, it's exceptionally fucked. Same with using flamethrowers. Like, because I know there's, like, obviously, you know, just... Because, you know, war's war, but, like, you can at least not make it as gruesome and brutal, you know what I mean? Chemical warfare, flamethrowers, things like that tend to, like, you know, just... extra unusual means of, you know, like, weapon use and shit. Like, there's a lot of various different things that, you know, I think, kind of play a role. Geneva Convention, dude, oh my god. You gotta take a break from that, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. You gotta take a break from the whole, like, memeage with that. Like, seriously, Jesus. Gotta take a break from the damn aliens. Zukov. Your butt. Look at you. Your old butt munch. That's what you are, and that's what you get. Little prick. Oh, I know Harley was talking about, like, flamethrowers, but you wanna know what's also pretty whack? You can get civilian grenades. They're called, like, Tac-In, I think. These are, like, civilian legal type of, grenades. Yeah, here's one. Dude, look at this little bad boy. And these are usually used for airsoft and stuff like that. But these are actual grenades that you can buy. These are real. And they're based off of the real grenades. Like, just based off the RG5, or RGO grenade.
The grenade's body is made of traumatic safe foam polyurethane.
Here, wanna watch it go? Boom, boom.
Safety lever first. The fuse will be ignited at the moment you release the safety spoon. The grenade will
Boom.
go off in 3.5 seconds after the ignition of the fuse. If you no longer need to toss your grenade for any reason, just insert the pin back before releasing the safety lever. There are two versions of the TAG-19 grenade, with BBs and a training version without BBs. The BB-filled version is marked with the Russian letter SHA. It is filled with biodegradable 0.2 gram BBs. In order to avoid shaking noises and to let the fragments travel further, the space between the BBs has been filled with a special biodegradable polymer. The weight of the TAG-19 is 120 grams. The fragmentation spread is about 20 meters. The training version is marked with the Russian letter U. It is filled with a special copolymer in order to increase the weight of the grenade, providing an even fragmentation and a decrease in the effective radius of up to 5 meters. The TAG-19 dimensions are very close to the original RGD-5 grenade.
Dude, these are pretty cool, honestly. Like, I want these. Like, you can order them. Like, I could buy these right now if I wanted to. Preferred impact grenade. You can make that impact grenade. You pull the pin, release the spoon, hold it for a minute. Well, not literally a minute, but, you know, hold it for a couple seconds and then chuck it. It goes off at about 3.5, so hold it for like a second or two and then chuck it. And then at that point, it's about equivalent of an impact grenade, or it'll blow up in midair. Because, like, I mean, and like I said, they're meant for airsoft and stuff, so hypothetically, if that were to blow up in your hand, you actually would be okay. Like, there is a video, I think I remember watching, of a dude having a pop in his hand, and I mean, it kind of hurts. I mean, it's not exactly fun, but you don't get, like, shrapnel or anything like that. It's not, like, so powerful that it's gonna literally rip through you or anything like that. If it blew up in your hand, you would be okay. You just would probably have concussion, like, mild concussion injury, and you'd probably be a little sore, and would probably have maybe some mild burn marks. I mean, but other than that, you'd be okay. It's not a totally signed flamethrower operator. The only problem with them is he can usually blow up the tanks if they're a good sniper. Not just a good sniper, any bullet. Like, if you had any bullet, yeah, you're also your major target. Everyone with, you know, on the other side, you know, anyone's an enemy that happens to see you is going to be targeting you first. Because if they happen to hit you good and that thing blows up and anyone's near you, but it'll set you on fire. Yeah, it will set you on fire. It won't, like, outright explode, but that flame will spread, and chances it could also spread to nearby, you know, squad mates that might be next to you. So, you know, to whoever shoots you could get two, 3, 4 birds with one stone, hypothetically. And that would not be good, obviously. though I really, like I'm saying though, I really want some of these like tag-in like grenades though, because they have like smoke grenade versions and flashbang versions, you know, stuff like that, and it's like, oh my goodness, they look cool, dude. Honestly, for me to, she says you're a highly intelligent, extremely passionate young man. Well, dude, she was telling me, it's just like, she was like, I'm so happy that, you know, my son has someone who's so supportive as a friend and blah blah blah, and I'm just like, oh my god. I'm not lying, like, you know, she is kind of making me blush a little bit when I read her comments every now and then. I'm just like, god damn it. I'm just being, like, a genuine, like, I mean, nice guy, like, unironically, like, a nice person, you know, not the whole, like, I'm a nice guy, you know, meme, where it's like, they're nice, but they're not. Like, I'm just genuinely an empathetic person, so it's just like, and honestly, you don't really see that often anymore, like, genuine, like, nice people, like, you know, so it's just like, I mean, or at least very empathetic people and stuff, so it's like, gotta at least, you know, you, like, absorb that when you have it and see it and shit, you know what I mean? And not take it for granted. Sure, I'm pretty sure you're one hit of those tanks with a bullet and no explode. That's kind of a Hollywood myth. I mean, I'm saying kind of because they won't explode, like, they will just, you know, you will catch on fire due to a spark and you will be engulfed in flames. You know, so you will die either way, like, you will be a target, and you will be, like, you'll kind of explode in flames, but you won't literally explode like an explosion, like, from a bomb or something. It's not like propane or something like that, and even then it wouldn't necessarily explode. It would just, you know, because it's not like some high pressure thing. It's like I said, it's like a napalm. If I remember, actually, both tanks are filled with two different things. Both are very flammable, but when combined together, it creates a very flammable, sticky substance that burns for a long time and sticks to everything. That's why, you know, so basically, you know, it's like no matter which tank gets shot, you're going to get engulfed in flames with whatever substance that is. It's in cinematic as Hollywood would have you believe. Yeah, Carl's honestly absolutely right with it. I mean, you got to have some Hollywood theatrics to kind of make it more impressive, but, you know, the reality is it's not as intense as it seems. Honestly, just go watch any, like, r/combat footage or live leak shit, you know, when it comes to combat videos and stuff like that, and you'll see what I mean. Nowhere near as, like, theatric as it looks. I mean, it gets intense, and it looks pretty crazy and shit a lot of times, but, I mean, all in all, it's not as, like, theatrical, you know, as it looks. I mean, I won't miss. Sometimes it can be. If, like, you know, they're calling in, like, an A-10 strike, and you see you know, the guy's GoPro looks up, and you see that A-10 flying overhead and shit and all that. Like, sometimes it ends up being a little theatrical. I can understand where, you know, where some of that embellishment can, you know, mimic reality, but realistically, that is really, like, kind of far from the case. Combat is very gruesome compared to Hollywood bullshit you see in movies. Well, it's not really that. It's more or less that combat is very long. Like, honestly, most of the time, it's just like, you know, at least when it came to, like, a lot of stories near the end of, like, Afghanistan and shit like that, it's basically like, oh, we're getting pot shots from, like, a hillside, you know, better, you know, suppress fire and shoot a bunch of bullets over at that hill. And, you know, we saw, like, a flinker of a sniper scope, so, again, unleash bullets over there. And, well, we are still getting pot shots, so call in an A-10 strike, and we sit here for 30 minutes waiting for an A-10 to unleash hell, and then we could keep driving and continue our patrol or whatever the fuck. Like, it's like an hour-long thing, and usually nothing really happens in between outside of, you know, taking pot shots at each other. I mean, it's not like it doesn't happen, but it's, you know, like, where it comes to, like, intense fighting and shit, but, like, those, outside of the Ukraine war at this point, like, those type of things don't really happen as much. Like, a lot of that intense, like, street fighting or, like, you know, full-on, like, you know, fighting in the forest in the fields and shit, like, a lot of that type of stuff is just, you know, it's out in Ukraine at this point. Like, a lot of that shit, you know, like, you know, if you're thinking about, like, Middle East or something, like, Fallujah or some shit, like, it really isn't happening anymore. I mean, rarely, I'm sure, but nowhere near as much. God damn it, I should have waited to read the chat when I took that hit, Carl, you fuck. It's not like Battlefield games where you got 18-year-old girls jumping out of fighter planes with ghillie suits. Taking shots in midair with silent sniper rifles using katanas. Oh, I should have waited a look. Oh fuck. Oh, I really should have waited to watch that. On Against Battlefield's fun arcade game. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, Battlefield's fun, but oh my god. Holy shit, I got a fucking kick out of that one. Though, yeah, you're absolutely right, though. Yeah, she even told me she tried to bring up the fact that she, an assistant fair meme, and she wouldn't let her, because they react very poorly, that respects realize on her lols. Huh? Mom needs to get out, Bama, hit the conservative brain train, and nuts, like she's a good person who your stepdad made bad influence on. The Confederate meeting, and he wouldn't let her, because they'd react very poorly to that racist pricks. Wow, really? That's... It's like, oh, you got some black in you, huh? So you got tainted sometime in the past. We're gonna blame you because your ancestors did that once. Fucking dumb. Be back to never did any harm. I mean, it harms, you know, the very hyper racist, insecure white guys, apparently. It hurts their feelings and their, you know, and all that. So, I mean, I guess it does harm their, you know, their fifis, but, I mean, who cares at that point, you know? Like, I mean, I guess beyond that, like, I guess on a slight technicality, if it's just like, hey, you know, like, they overstretch you, in a sense, you know what I mean? It's just like, you know, you get some, like, stretch tears or something going on, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, that might happen, but, you know, it's just like, that's kind of a consequence of, you know, the fun results, you know, of, you know, the BBD. So, assume he has one of them. What the fuck? Oh my god. Damn. A lot of gay black guys like big white dicks. Well, okay. Seems like, you know, alright proposition. Seems like a fair, you know, fair thing there. Here, what? See what's on the tube. Let's see what's on the tube. Let's see. Let's see. What ignore? Why I think to read the chat? Boglem's back on the Likula. This guy again? The DCS dude again? Oh my god. You can never get off the sauce. Isn't he just like destined for the sauce? Isn't he just gonna... I feel like he's just destined to embrace the sauce. I mean, I think he's already embraced the sauce. It's like, unlike him, I can take goddamn breaks. runs in people's families. I mean, it genuinely does. I mean, that, you know, like, there can't be, like, alcoholism can definitely run within, you know, family genes and shit. Like, people, there are definitely people who are, like, more prone to it than others and shit, for sure. Stretch. Stretch and stretch. Oh, there he is. You goof. Why are you over there? Why are you over there hiding? Why are you hiding away? You goof. Face reveal. Yeah, I had a little face reveal. Yeah, at some point if you want, like, screen share, like, next time we I call in on you and stuff, maybe not when you're doing the stream, but, like, on your phone and stuff, so I can maybe see, like, you know, how to address your Streamlabs stitch. Except as saying they're teaching homosexuality in schools, and boys pretend to be girls and girls pretend to be boys. They're letting our kids be queer. These damn queer agendas, I say. And it's like, yeah, maybe they should teach homosexuality in schools, because guess what? That's a part of sex ed, you dingbat. It's like, yeah, some people like same sex, you know, that is, you know, these, you know, like where you have, you know, someone's a boy that might like boys, or someone's a girl who might like girls. Hey! Shut the fuck up! Oi! Get over here. Get the fuck over here and sit your ass down. Man, you're a prick. Shut up. Hey. But anyway. Well, yeah, it's like, honestly, it's like they should, when it comes to just general sex ed, like, yeah, when it comes to, like, yeah, there's people that might have the gay, or the lesbian, or the bi, or the trans and shit, whatever weird oogly boogly they want to put in there. It's like, yeah, having a general basic sex ed about that type, or just general education about just shit like that in general, it's probably not a bad thing. Who would have thunk that? I mean, so it's like, because, like, when you're teaching that, you don't have to, like, go all the fucking way about it. It's like, yeah, you know, it's like, there are people that, you know, who are gay that happen to be, like, femboys, or fucking, you know, like, butch lesbians or some shit, or whatever. Like, they don't have to go all the way in about it. They just need to just know that's, like, hey, you know, these people exist, you know, then, yeah, and that's, you know, and, you know, that's totally fine, and maybe that might be, you know, something that you are or not, but, you know, if so, then that might be just something you might want to talk to counsel with, you know, because, you know, that's just a part of life. There are some people who are just like that, and, ooh, wow, it's like, you totally just, like, groomed them into an agenda. So fucking stupid, dude. These fucking ratbag sons of bitches, man. Just explain the most inconsequential. Yeah, exactly. I mean, because honestly, there's nothing consequential about it. I mean, it's like, honestly, even then, it's like if you got like a third grade teacher and you have like, you know, some kid, you know, that happens to see that that teacher is like a, you know, in a gay relationship or something, they ask their teacher, like, hey, well, how come you're hugging and kissing, you know, this person who's like the same, you know, who's like, let's say they're, you know, it's like a female teacher. It's like, how come you're kissing this girl too, or whatever? And the teacher's like, oh, because, you know, I just like other women and other girls and stuff. That's just, you know, something that I'm into. And some people are into that, and some boys can also be into boys, and, you know, there are some people who are into both, you know, so, you know, there you go. It's just like, it's so inconsequential. It's just such a, because the thing, kids are info sponges, and they ask questions a lot, especially when they're like young and, you know, able to at least, you know, cohesively, you know, say basic questions and shit. Keep saying, the America I grew up with is long gone. You know what? Good. Who wants to be in a world where, like, you know, weird neo-Confederate ideas and, like, Jim Crow-esque, you know, fucking shit was, like, alright and whatever the fuck. It's like, give me a break. Get away from my weekends over there. No. Fucking freak. What's wrong with you? Thinks our generation's music is full of cop killing. Not all of it. I mean, some of it's about Satanism and it's like the system being shit and, you know, and other stuff and, like, I mean, huh? At least a lot of stuff I listen to, and even then, not always. Oh my, dude, like, how, like, it's like, even if you think, like, there's a lot of music about cop killing that's out there that our generation predominantly likes to listen to, that's just ruling off, like, a plethora of different shit still being made today that is not even close to remotely being made about that shit. It's just like, I mean, now it's in the 90s. I mean, don't just even try to explain that necessarily. Just be like, hey, you know, there's other music, like, I mean, I don't know, show him some of the metal bands I've been showing you or some shit. I mean, he might get at least like, alright, there's at least other shit out there, even if he doesn't like it. I can see him being like, alright, at least there's other shit being made out there, I guess. Like, show him Sabaton or something. He actually might be partially into that, you know? And they're a band that's our generation or whatever. They've been around since, like, the late 90s, like 97 or 98 or some shit. So it's like, they've been around pretty much for our gen, essentially. Like, you know, so... I mean, they only really have been, like, huge, you know, for, like, since, you know, for, like, the last, like, 10 years, you know, so they haven't really been big in the 90s, early 2000s, mid-2000s era. It was only until, like, 2010s when they got huge. So, it's just like, I mean, just show him some of that. I'm sure you'll swing his tune at least a little bit, where it can be, like, exception to the rule. Prefers classic rock. Well, again, it can at least prove the point to him that, like, hey, there's other music out there that isn't all about cool cop killing or whatever the fuck. Even if he doesn't really like metal, he can at least, you know, make it, like, an exception in a case of, like, alright, there's other stuff that ain't about to. Because at least if it gets that point across, then my point's been made. He doesn't have to like it. He just has to recognize that, yeah, it's not just quote-unquote cop-killing music. Whatever the fuck that really means anyway. That's just a specific topic that music can, like, commentate on. And also the song Cop Killer, like, that's not even necessarily a rap song. That's actually kind of a, like, hard rock / kind of like a metal song almost. I mean, kind of like a punk rocky kind of song. I mean, so it's just like, honestly, there's, I mean, not all quote-unquote cop-killing songs are, like, gangster rap shit either. And even then, it's just like, so what? Like, the whole premise of that commentary about that specific topic is, you know, against the system of policing and their fucking oppressive nature. And at least, you know, having a song that, you know, basically takes that whole daydream fantasy of being a cop killer or whatever the fuck, and just put it into a song. Big whoop. Beans are pretty healthy. I mean, it deepens you a lot of baked beans and sauce, and yeah, it's not too healthy, but like, anyways, it's pretty good for you. I like a Rose in here is just talking about beans. He never said anything, or being an ex-hog himself. Well, good thing it ain't good thing the song ain't, you know, directed towards him as an audience now, ain't it? It's probably why he, you know, bitches about it, because it's criticizing people like him. The song is meant to get under his skin. Or at least, you know, songs like that. We're talking to Carl. Well, specify that! Because I'm not going to know. I'm just going to read that like you're just saying that to me. Then Stepdad eats a lot of beans and stuff. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's got, like, a lot of gas that go... And I'm sure it's, like, liquidy, too. Boomer metal. Hey, some boomer metal's alright. Like, I mean, I mean, what qualifies boomer metal anyway? Is it just like metal from like the 70s and 80s and shit? Or is it just like Five Finger Death Punch and shit like that? Like, because if it's that, then okay, you know, then alright, I understand it. But if it's just like, oh, metal from like the quote boomer gen, like Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, stuff like that, then I'm gonna honestly be like, alright, hold on. You know, I'm gonna actually, you know, stick up for that a little bit. I mean, the funny thing is, though, it's like a lot of those boomers don't realize a lot of those bands, at least when it comes to a lot of the music, tends to be kind of critical of a lot of their shit a lot of the times. And even then, a lot of the band members tend to at least be not right-wing. Like, the only exception I can really think of is, like, Iron Maiden, because Bruce Dickinson's kind of conservative. And I think Steve Harris is a little bit as well. I don't know about the other one. About everyone else. Is Ozzy metal? If so, he does like a little metal. Yeah, Ozzy Osbourne is metal. I mean, he kind of originated with Black Sabbath, kind of the genre, you know, with the first couple albums of Black Sabbath and shit. So, I mean, yeah, he's metal. Definitely. It's definitely in that classic metal era and shit. I mean, definitely at least, you know, a lot of his softer music would probably more fall into hard rock, but he's definitely metal as well. Honestly, arguably, not like the entire discography of Queen, but there is actually a couple of Queen songs that are actually legit pretty heavy. I wouldn't necessarily say metal, but they're heavy. Like, they're like heavy hard rock type of stuff. Like, there's a few Queen songs that legit kind of go fucking hard. And I'm just like, oh shit. Like, my friend Metal T was showing me a few of them a while back, and I was just like, Queen goes this hard? He's like, yeah, dude. And it showed me. I was like, oh, fuck, it is Queen. I was just like, fuck yeah, this guy goes hard. So honestly, it's like, even Queen has like kind of a few, you know, heavy hitters and shit, you know? So, and like the Beatles does with Helter Skelter, because they kind of did that to try to like out-distort and out-heavy The Who, because they were kind of competing to have the most heaviest like rock song and shit. Yeah, back when both of them were in their prime. So it's like, I mean, Helter Skelter is kind of another one where it's a little bit of kind of like a proto-metal almost. You know, so, I mean, there's honestly a lot of rock bands that kind of, you know, played a role, I'd argue, into creating a lot of, like, you know, what is, you know, a lot of metal sounds today and shit. Is that a Dr. Seuss band? The Who? Do you not know The Who? Bros, do you not know The Who? Oh my god, if I wasn't worried about copyright, I would so play, like, some of their songs right now. Oh, I do not. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? I will share at least, I think, a song you would love on Discord here. Hold on. I'm gonna share one with you. Won't Get Fooled Again. Dude, this song is fucking amazing, bro. Ah, my god, I want to play it right now, but I can't, because I really don't want to play around with the copyright that much. There, I'm just gonna send you here. Listen to that at least, because that's a pretty relevant song, you know, when it comes to like politics and stuff. Won't Get Fooled Again. It's a good one. Here, let me see. Has there been people that have uploaded, like, videos of this from, like... Oh, shit. I mean, it looks like it's a little bit. Oh, yeah, there are some people that have uploaded, like, lyric videos and stuff like that. Maybe I can get away with playing it? back in a few. Alright, well, I know Rose is at least going to listen to it, so I guess, you know, we'll just let him listen to it at the very least. I want to right now, but... Pete Townshend got busted for Rock and Roll. Wait, what? Pete Townshend? Huh? Who? For example, he enjoys a kiss to build a dream on. Wait, who? Was shocked when I started listening to 50 songs I've heard and follow games to him. So, really? Honestly, I've kind of impressed some of my, I've impressed my mom and some of my family in Texas and, like, some of my grandparents, you know, by playing some music from, like, the 50s and 60s and shit. Because I was listening to, like, Mafia 2 and stuff like that. The guitars for The Who, I'm not kidding. Here, well, here, I'll look it up. Still alive. Well, yeah. Sounds like he's bisexual. Apparently acknowledged his bisexuality referencing his song Rough Boys on his 1980 album Empty Glass. It's called the song Coming Out. Acknowledgement, in fact, I had a gay life and understood what gay sex is about, blah blah blah. Okay. Legal issues. Probably in here. Accepted caution from the Metropolitan Police the men as a part of operation or a major investigation on CP conducted in 2002 to 03. It was not in possession of any downloaded child abuse images. Was on a 6-phone register for 5 years beginning in 2003 after many used credit card to access CP websites. Claimed to access the images as research in a campaign against child sexual abuse, specifically to prove that Bishop banks are complicit in channeling the profits from PDF file rings. Authorities cannot prove that the website accessed by Townsend involved children, and no incriminating evidence was found on his personal computer. Huh. Well, that's definitely odd and very suspicious as fuck. I mean, I guess it, you know, on one hand, it doesn't necessarily outright prove that, you know, he, you know, was, like, you know, looking at shit, because, I mean, there's always a possibility someone could have, like, like, stolen, you know, his, like, bank information or some shit, but at the same time, that's still very fucking suspicious that you get tied into an investigation about that nonetheless. So, there's definitely a lot of strong suspicions about that one for sure. That's like, it's like, I don't like the looks of what was going on there. You need some water? Oh my goodness, you need some Aquafina. Aquafina, you little boy. Look at you. And I need to buy you a new bag of dog food here pretty soon, because we're getting a little low here as well, aren't we? Yeah. Yeah, it seems like this stuff doesn't really irritate your skin as much, so I think I'll probably get some more of this. There you go. Got about, like, another day's worth in there, but I definitely want to stock up some more here by tomorrow. Yeah. He immediately looked at it because he was trying to expose PDF file rings, quote unquote. Yeah, I mean, I'm only looking at the wiki about it, so I'm sure there's probably more details to all this, but just on the surface glance of it, it doesn't exactly, you know, it doesn't exactly kind of go in his favor at all. And it didn't even really necessarily say that in the wiki on it at all anyway. I guess he was, if he was looking at this stuff, he's smart enough to not possess any of it, but not smart enough to hide his bank information, you know, when it came to accessing websites about that. But also said that the websites, at least he accessed, you know, couldn't prove that it involved kids either way, but nonetheless, it's still very fucking suspicious. And it's definitely, you know, like, what are you doing there, buddy? It's definitely suspicious at best and very problematic at worst. Because it's, yeah. And unfortunately, there has been a history about rock stars and, you know, fans that tend to not exactly be 18 or over, that they tend to bang and shit. So it's not like it's some unusual thing for rock stars to be into that. So definitely, you know, odd. Yeah. About Chihuahua. You are really obsessed with Chihuahuas right now, are you? Honestly, there was somebody who had an emotional support dog that was like part Chihuahua, part like Dachshund or something like that. And him and Zukov were kind of interacting a little bit and being super friendly with each other. I don't know if Zukov was vibing with him though, because he was just like, because the dog was trying to kind of reach around and kind of like do the whole like butt sniff and stuff that dogs do. And Zukov was just like, and turned around and like, you know, did a whole 180 and just like flipped around. I was like, what are you doing? What you doing? I think it was the first time I think I saw Zukov be like, I don't know if I trust you. Drive with the Chihuahua in the car. That's okay. That's fine. I drive, dude. I'm in the car with Zukov often, bro. Like, I mean, how do you think I feel about that? A tiny little dog ain't gonna be that big of a deal. Whoa, what the fuck? For the second time in a week, a local elected official in the state of New Jersey has been found dead from a gunshot wound. What the hell? Wait, not just one, but two? New Jersey council members have been shot again. What the... Dude, what the fuck? Dude, someone in New Jersey has just had it and just said, fuck it. And just like, is doing some hits. What the fuck? Whoa, bro. Damn. I'm not even kidding. I'm looking at this right here, and it's actually, yeah, so this is real. Like, what the fuck? Someone's like straight up doing some hits or something, bro. That's not just something that happens randomly. Like, if it happened once, sure, but twice, that's like an organized, like, orchestrated, like, there's a premeditated thing happening with that. Hey! What the fuck, Brad? There's a thing called a roommate, and he is, you know, doing a thing called getting off work. You realize this, you know that, right? Asshole!
Guess who quit?
Who?
Justin. Guess who else quit? Becca.
Oh, she did too?
Yes.
I knew Justin quit, but really? She did too? Damn, I didn't know she did either.
That pisses me the fuck off.
I thought you knew that Jay quit.
Justin?
I thought you knew.
I didn't know he quit. I did talk to Kyler today. I said, what's going on? He's like, oh, Justin quit, and Becca did too. I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me?
Fuck, dude. That is some fucking shit, man. Dude, it's like an exodus going on there. Fucking mass exodus.
No, I talked to Kyler tonight. Did you hear Justin quit? I'm like, fuck no.
I honestly...
Because I know that Kyler was getting a ride from Becca when they were working. So, hey, do you need a ride tonight? Becca's not here anymore. He's like, oh yeah, she quit. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? So he's the only PIC right now.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
No way, dude.
He's the only POC. So I told him,
dude, he ain't gonna be there long. I already know that.
If he is truly thinking about it, then he's gonna get fucking hella hours now. Hella hours.
Yeah, but is he gonna want to have to deal with all the bullshit about, you know, having to keep up with everything and, you know, the whole corporate top line bottom shit? I don't know. I mean, maybe.
He's making more than me and you.
I'm aware of that. Because of his PIC position, they make more hourly than, you know, average clerks and APC clerks are doing shit.
They get $20.75 an hour.
Yeah. So a zombie of flesh or metal? Metal. It's kind of the thing my friend Harley made up. And yes, it's my friend Harley. That's how he goes on YouTube now. Rest zombies. Honestly, like he used to have his actual name on there for a while, but he changed it, and like I think he thought that I wasn't gonna recognize him right off the bat, but I'm just like, Rest zombies. Who's like the only person that would have that? It's like, I mean, Sorry, I was an android. I mean, if he's an android, he's a very flawed android, fortunately, I guess. And unfortunately. Because, I mean, like, that just means he just needs upgrade parts. And if that's the case, then he'd be fucking like an ubermensch, like, indestructible fuck. So, I mean, if that's the case, it just sounds like he needs some fucking, you know, just part replacement. Maybe that's why he's so obsessed with, parts and automotive stuff like that, because he wants to, inevitably, deep down inside, replace himself and the parts within him. He just needs to practice first. So he works on bikes and cars and things like that. The bots have to have a few duds so no one catches on to take over. Well, I mean, that's fair enough. Oops. Didn't want that as loud as it initially was there. I wish to be a cyborg. Same here. Let me be a transhumanist furry cyborg. Oh, when were you gonna go down to Vancouver eventually? When was that gonna happen?
I'm gonna wait until I hear back on Sunday.
Alright. Because I just need to kind of plan with that too, as well. A lot of plans I need to organize for the next, like, 3 months. A lot of things happening. Also, I'm gonna have to be partially helping on driving through Alabama to Arizona, so that's gonna be awesome. Cut for Texas and shit. So, on top of visiting my friend, I might also visit family down there while I'm at it. Or at least some of them. For to crash and recover after the trip. That's fine. I mean, hell, I'll stick around, for that too, if you want. Just so we can, hang out and do our own thing. Driving to Alabama. No, out of Alabama. I'm gonna, alternate with him and his mom, driving their car from Alabama to wherever they're living. Starting a counter organization to Autism Speaks called Autism Screams. Based and true. I love it. And that should be a name of a band, hell yeah. Dude, this should be a name of a band, Rose. Fuck yeah. Autism Screams. In his first debut album, Autism Screams.
I should seriously videotape you when you scream in the middle of the night and be like, this is autism screams! First day of you! You've done that in the middle of the night. I've literally
The tisming. Huh?
I've literally heard you do that.
What, just to go, ah!
No, I just like scream and like make that deep growl.
Ooh.
I've heard you do that before. When you passed out in the living room.
Oh, that one time?
Yeah.
ADD death. You need to at least get yeah, that's something I need to work on as well. That's, again, these are all things I need to be dealing with and shit. So my next, like, set of days off, I'm gonna get this shit, you know, at least partly worked out. There's at least, you know, like, it's all need to be done in such a short time frame. That's the annoying part about it.
And you're getting messed up.
Yeah. Can one of, maybe just at least one of your tiny little things before you totally dip is maybe help with at least the DMV part. At least just for me to get the permit situation out of the way. There's one in Gladdy, in Gladstone. There's one out there, and they're honestly lax as fuck.
You really don't have to do anything. All you do is go in and take a test.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do.
I know. It's been a long time since
you had to drive too?
Well, because yeah, I still have to do a driving test too, but I could
to get your license.
Well, I could still at least get the permit part, so it's still, because I think there's, you know, something I need to do to deal with that.
The only thing you have to do with that is you have to have insurance, and if you have to have a car to do it.
Well, what if couldn't I get a permit without having a vehicle?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I would be doing. I would just be getting a permit despite not having a vehicle, at least for right now.
Well, if you want to take your license test, you can take it in my car. It's just you gotta give me a heads up, because if I'm living up there, I gotta have a heads up.
Obviously, yeah, come down here and, you know, yeah.
If you go right there.
Girl should come down and meet the Chihuahua before we leave. Yeah, like, yeah, when I come down there, yeah, you visit, you know, so we have like a little trio, so we can at least, you know, hang out, you know, with each other for a little bit before I help out with your ventures and shit. Weird furry worm. Oh my god, this poor cat. This poor kitty. This poor baby catty. It's like a little bit of weed on here. Come here. There we go. Yeah. There we go. What is this? I don't know. What is it? A very rare rat snake? That's a ferret. A cat snake? That's a ferret. Or a weasel? This is either a weasel or a ferret. Smells weird. This is probably a weasel or a ferret. I think that's a weasel. Make my stepdad deeply uncomfortable. I'll just look how I look. I'll just dress the way I am. You know, and in fact, I'll even bring this hat. I'll just bring this hat with me. You would respect the hat at least. I mean, there's gonna be like some anarchy hat, you know, pins and stuff like that on there, but you know, he would respect the hat at least. He'd be like, I like that hat. There's feathers, it's tied up, looks like a cowboy hat a little bit, looks like something I might see in the Confederacy. See, Confederacy cavalry officer with that hat, I'll tell you what, brother. I'll just bring that hat along. No talking, should be. Yeah, let me just like be a cowboy, femboy, you know, a femme cowboy, dude. Your little drum. What you gonna do about it? Be like, why are you naked? And I say it's because it's hot out. And he'd be like, you're being weird. I'm just sitting here like, it's natural, man. I didn't get weird until you drew attention to it. I mean, isn't that really kind of the case sometimes? Where sometimes, like, you know, like 90% of the time it genuinely only gets weird unless there's attention brought to it. Like, if someone happens to be like a gay guy but is kind of, you know, being feminine and wearing femboy stuff or whatever the fuck, just random shit like that, you know, and they're not necessarily trying to be like, quote, provocative, whatever the fuck, that they just happen to be wearing it.
Oh, Habib transferred.
I've heard, isn't he going to a field or something?
Yep, 5 days a week.
And for some reason they can't transfer people out of it, you know, to help out over here. Yeah, see, I was mentioning that earlier, the Kyler stuff, and because it's just bullshit. It's like, yeah, y'all need people there too, but so do we, like, everywhere.
He's like, yeah, they need closure because we were talking about it. I'm like, yeah, they won't transfer me in here, so I'm leaving. He's like, where are you going? I'm like, Vancouver. He's like, oh, why? I'm like, because they won't bring me back.
Yeah.
It's all bullshit.
It is a bunch of bullshit.
Well, somebody pulls their head out of their fucking ass.
It's honestly, like, what if she does, though? Like, you know.
If she does and I'm up in Vancouver, I will literally tell her no.
Well, what? Well, before, like, what happened?
If she does it before, then I'll probably stay for another 2 months. If she doesn't, I'm gone.
Fair. The ultimatum. 3 strikes are out. You already told her. You already asked twice, so that would basically be a 3 strikes are out thing, right? So. I'd rather freeze and burn because I always put more clothes on. It's basically a polluted hellscape. Oh, Birmingham. Man, I've seen some pretty, you know, polluted areas before. I mean, I've seen my share of, you know, places of the country. Oh no. This dog opened the door again! Oh my god. You know what I just thought of? Remember that Halloween Ed and A episode where Ed watches so many horror movies and ends up hallucinating really dangerous things when nothing is actually wrong? What if it's that way of servicing queer people? It probably is for some of them. Like, I'm not even kidding. It probably is for some. I mean, like, if they're seeing this type of shit as, like, some crazy-ass, like, agenda being spread in schools, then, you know, of course they're seeing this, like, pretty much, like, everywhere and hallucinating it, basically. It's to the point where they thought, like, the anniversary of Pink Floyd's The Wall was, like, some woke agenda because they decided to do a cool stylistic choice. You know, and it's literally just insane. Gay person. Hey man, I hope you're doing good. Look, the conservative hears, you're gonna make me gay. This breakdown's awesome. Should've stocked up a meth for an drive 12 hours at a time on 2 hours of sleep. It's called caffeine. I mean, I'll just have a bunch of Black Rifle coffees and just have a bunch of those. Or as my friend Rip City calls it, the Chud coffee, but I don't really give a fuck that it's called Chud coffee. It tastes good. It's coffee and it tastes good. That's all I care about. Like, I mean, it's not my fault. It's better than caffeine. Well, I mean, I've never had that, so I'm not too sure how it would work for me, and I don't know if I'd... I mean, I'm okay with trying it once, but I don't know if I'd be down for, like, maybe using it as, like, a form of medication or even recreational use. Well, I don't know, I'll maybe try it once, just see. Well, this is way louder than I thought. Oh my god. It's alright, cheap gas station coffee. What, Black Rifle? Dude, that shit ain't cheap. At my store, that shit's like fucking like $3 and like 40 cents or something. Like, what would be cheap would be like other stuff. Like Starbucks or something. Or like the store brand coffee. That would be, like, that would be cheap. Black Rifle's not really that cheap. To be fair, I feel like a lot of their profits they expend on very excessive random boom booms and things like that, because I've seen a lot of their videos that they put on YouTube, and it's just it's kind of absurd, and I kind of like it. For $1.75, you fuck. You can get that like for half the price that I get it, you son of a bitch. Oh my god, I could buy. Sounds weird, but it tastes nice. The Coca-Cola coffee, dude. Does it actually taste nice? Because I've been curious enough to consider it, but I've never jumped the gun on it. And Morlock's saying, yeah, don't, but don't to what? What, Adderall, Black Rifle coffee, or Coca-Cola coffee? What are you saying don't to? It's almost like low cost of living is one of the reasons I continue to live here. Well, yeah. But it actually tastes good. Really? Okay, well, I'll try it next time. I'll try it. I like a girl's like, well, yeah, low cost of living. Yeah, well, it's why I live here. It's like, well, Black Rifle Adderall he was talking about. Oh, the coffee. I mean, if it makes them feel better, like, they kind of denounced Kyle Rittenhouse, and literally every single, like, right-wing conservative chud hates them now. They think they're, like, a false American brand now, and think they're, like, fucking, like, weird Bidenistas or some shit. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, so honestly, I mean, whatever. I mean, like, they pretty much have been, like, quote, betrayed, by their own, like, followers for the most part. So they're just kind of, like, they don't really care anymore. They're just kind of on the vibe of, like, yeah, we're veterans. A lot of us are kind of conservative. We don't really give a fuck. We're just making coffee now. Because, I mean, I will grant them that. Like, yeah, they weren't really fond of what Rittenhouse was doing, and they didn't, like, approve or defend him, unlike most of, conservatives, basically. So they all were just like, but because of that, they, like, all the other conservatives and weird chuds and shit and MAGA chuds were all just like, boo, you didn't fall in line with our hive mind narrative about this, bleh. So, now pretty much, like, half of the people that were supporting him don't really like him anymore. So, whatever. They taste good, so I'm willing to drink their shit. It's okay. I like it. I mean, I'm not, like, the biggest coffee nerd in the world. I'm just, like, if coffee tastes good, I'm gonna drink it. That's just my premise with it. And so far, tastes good, so I drink it. Alabama's cheap for a reason. Well, yeah, because Alabama's shit. Like, it's not really, like, cost of living that's, like, the good thing about it is because the standard of living is shit. At least for, like, Stoney's case, I mean, the standard of living there is at least somewhat better in comparison to goddamn fucking Alabama. I will say probably not by that much, though I'm sure that very well depends on exactly where you're at. Because I'm sure, like, you know, where he's at, you know, and from what I'm saying, like Asheville and stuff like that, you know, it's okay. We said it's many times better than Bama. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Oh, Arizona isn't too bad compared to Alabama. Must at least be a bit more expensive. Yeah, a little bit. But, I mean, Arizona is better. Like, it's not great. It's not necessarily good. It's okay. Arizona's okay. Like, I mean, there's pros to it, for sure, and there's definitely a lot of cons to it. I mean, a lot of it being kind of political / socioeconomical and shit like that. And plus, just, like, insane fucking just sprawl. But beyond that, there's a lot of really cool shit with Arizona, I will admit. I've been there once. Really cool place. Very much, there's, like, I mean, there's a lot of natural beauty. So, I mean, honestly, when it comes to, like, going to places and shit, she hopes the religious extremists are not as bold as Arizona as they are here in Bama. They're definitely not. I mean, there are religious extremists out there, I will say that, but there are nowhere near as many of them as there are in Alabama. Like, there's still a lot of religious weirdos, but, like I said, not to the same extent. Huge city in a fucking desert poor land used for a shit squirt on a cake. Shit squirt on a cake. Yeah. Depending on where in Arizona, some parts have crazy religious extremists. Well, that's true. I will say, like I said, not as many, but they, you know, some communities, some towns and shit, you know, are really heavily involved with a lot of that. But because Arizona is a far bigger state, you know, there's not really as many because they're so sprawled out. So they're not so condensed. She wants y'all to end up near Flagstaff, Arizona. I don't know about the demographics about Flagstaff, but isn't that near Phoenix? If I remember correctly, I'm not too familiar with, like, city geography of Arizona. I know where Phoenix is. I just don't know anything about yeah, I'm on Rips kind of thing. I don't really know anything about it or exactly where it is. She can't go to Phoenix because she's paranoid of something called Valley Fever. Valley Fever? It's a few hours north of Phoenix, so it's north of Phoenix. Valley Fever, yeah. And also, I will admit, one, like, if she wants to be near Flagstaff, you know, or if she wants to be, you know, near the Mexican border, wouldn't she want to be south of Phoenix, not north of it? And for two, like, what the fuck is Valley Fever? I've never heard of that. And yeah, so it's about 150 miles north. Yeah, so why not be somewhere near on the outskirts of Phoenix in the south or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, that makes more sense, especially if she wants to be near the Mexican border to get cheaper insulin and healthcare, right? So, I mean, you've talked her out of the Mexican... Why'd you talk her out of the Mexican border? What the fuck? Why? Why'd you talk her out of that? That would have been awesome, dude. That would have been dope. What the hell? Dude, it's why? What the? Really? Why'd you talk her out of that? I'm scared of cartel. Oh my god, dude, you'll be just fine. Dude, Biden's, like, border policy is literally no different than Trump, okay? Ain't about to return that point in life. Well, you're not. I mean, so, oh my god, dude, bro, oh my god, you would have been fine, okay? Like, I mean, dude, even Arizona's, like, border policy is pretty restrictive as fuck. You would have been okay. Like, I mean, oh my... Well, yeah, I know cartel violence is genuinely a thing along the borders and stuff. You know, but, I mean, it's just like, I still feel like, you know, he would have been alright. Like, I mean, it's not like, I mean, honestly, if it was such a big concern, just look at words like quote-unquote high criminal areas when it, you know, or like high cartel like traffic areas when it comes to Arizona versus you know, like, you know, minimal, you know. So it's just like, and if that's the case, then you could find areas or towns and shit like that, you know, that would have been, you know, that could at least be kind of like in between areas that are a little bit more high traffic, so to speak, you know, when it comes to things like that. I mean, but either way, like, honestly, it's basically as long as you mind your P's and Q's and, you know, you're just minding your business, like, cartels are not going to give a fuck, bro. Like, I mean, you know, you might have some young buck or some shit trying to be like, hey, I think you want to try to get some of my stuff or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, you might get, like, some motherfucker like that for sure. But, like, I mean, as long as you're like, no thanks, you know, bye, you know, just, like, again, mind your P's, Q's, and just, like, keep it very fucking minimal. Like, I guarantee you're gonna be fine. Like, I mean, they're just gonna see that you're not interested in talking to them at all, and they're just gonna move on to some other tourist that they're gonna think is a sucker. You know, that's all they're gonna, or some other American they think is a sucker. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I think you'll be okay. You know, like, I don't really think it's gonna be like as big of a deal as you think it is. Again, it's just like, you know, just don't. You know, just don't make it a big deal, for one, and two, for just, like, you don't have to, like, you know, outright, like, basically, you know, try to talk with them as they interact with you. You can just be like, well, hey, you know, I'm good, thanks, bye. You know, and just keep it very minimal and just mind your business and stuff. Or be like, hey, I just got shit to do, you know, I'm gonna head out. But if they try to talk to you and you're like, no habla inglés, and then walk away, well, then they're going to start speaking Spanish to you, and they're going to be like, no habla español. What about some hashtag Carl is right about you, ignore. What? Sarcasm? Wait. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to, I know you're sarcasming me, but I'm just saying, though. I mean, I'm not, oh my god. I think there's a difference between you like, well, no, because blah, 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 and being like, as long as you try to, like, you know, mind P's, Q's, check, you know, which towns are probably in more safer areas comparison to not when it comes to the border, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's not what about any. That's, if anything, that's expanding more to the broader point. I will admit that it's like a mile. I mean, since it's brought up, not that anyone is like very specific about it, but the whole whataboutism just as a thing in general is a little bit of a pet peeve. It's just like, because not everything is about like a whataboutism. Sometimes it's just like, you know, a broader pontification on, you know, a bigger point. You know, it's like, yes, and, you know, this and this. You know, it's like, yes, this is a, you know, it's like, yes, this, you know, thing, and then expanding, you know, to, you know, elaborate and basically, you know, expand on the initial point. It's not like being like, well, disregard the initial point in this. It's like, yes, this, and here's this as well. You know, it's like, like, I mean, you know, it's like, that annoys me a little bit, where it's like, well, you're just whataboutism. It's like, no, it's like, I'm expanding on the point. It's like, ah!
I'll be back.
Alright. Because, I mean, honestly, like, I mean, every now and then, it's like, they're, you know, like, that does, you know, get a little bit of an irk. With whataboutism is this, two wrongs don't make a who cares. That, you know, yeah. I mean, because there shouldn't be, like, a who cares. Like, I mean, if anything, the whole two wrongs should be, like, this is why we should care about these things. This is why shut down of something you don't want to be discussed. Yeah, because you want to try to deflect into another issue. You know, yeah. Which hopefully, at least for me, you know, I try to, you know, differentiate by trying to expand, you know, on a broader discussion by, you know, adding other points to it. That doesn't, you know, because it's, you know, because for me, I feel like, you know, a lot of things, you know, tend to add, you know, to, you know, different topics and stuff. So, you know, having an expansion and having other things, you know, at play when it comes to a topic and a commentary of such, you know, at least for me, it's not, you know, one about. I can understand how, you know, maybe some people could see that, but it's just like, you know, it all, for me, goes in full circle to the broader point that is initially placed or claimed and shit. Because, yeah, there's definitely a lot of issues, you know, to bring at least, you know, what I was talking about, you know, outside of my little side tangent about the whataboutism and stuff. But, yeah, like, you know, but with the border and stuff, yeah, there's for sure, like, there's different elements of violence and criminality and cartel activity on the border, absolutely, for sure. You know, but not everywhere along the borders like that, and, you know, with that, you just have to, you know, just do your research, basically. It's just like, see which areas are, you know, legitimately very high traffic and, you know, risky, and which areas are more safer. That's about it. You know, just do your research of that shit. And even for Mexico itself, like, I mean, there's places in Mexico that aren't, like, cartel controlled that are safe. Would you shut up? And at the same time, you know, maybe technically there could be cartel-controlled areas, but because of that, it's because they're safe, and as long as you don't fuck with the cartel, you're fine, you know? Sometimes there's shit like that, you know, but, you know, again, you know, it just, you know, it's like, at the very minimal, just mind your P's and Q's, and, you know, just don't interact with anyone you don't need to, you know what I mean? You know, there's definitely an element of that. For being a white American. Oh my god, you're not going to get shot because you're just white in Mexico or near the Mexican border, bro. Like, oh my fucking god. Like, that is just... I don't think you're gonna get some random Hispanic Mexican nationalist or some shit doing that to you, bro. It's like, you damn gringo, get back to your country, boom boom, you know, whatever. I don't think that's gonna be happening anytime soon, my dude. Like, oh my god. Yeah, it's not really the cartels will fuck with you. If anything, they will probably try to sell you drugs and try to extort extra money off of you because they think you're a sucker. You know, they're not gonna try to fuck with you. Like, yeah, like what Carl Rove's saying is more like street thugs, like some young buck, like 18-year-old that just kind of want to, like, prove his worth, you know, to maybe get in a cartel, because, again, he's like some, you know, like a street thug and a kid, you know? It's like, and honestly... Unfortunately, it's like you see that in a lot of places, like here in America and shit. I mean, it's just kind of an unfortunate indictment of the socioeconomic conditions there, and here too. You get a lot of those, you get a lot of that, you know, situation, you know, here in America too, you know, unfortunately. But, I mean, despite that, I mean, they're not gonna, like, try to, like, fucking shoot you or something. If anything, they're probably just gonna try to, like, take your money and then, like, that's it. Like, they're not actually going to try to, like, harm you, really. Like, you really are... I feel like you overthink, you know, certain things a little bit. There's some people target from being white Mexico. This does happen to tourists, but it's not an ordinary citizen. It's a street thug spraying on tourists. Yeah. What the fuck, Venom? There are a lot of white people in Arizona, LA, McWhat. I know, dude, for real. Mornax is just having an eye roll. I mean, I kind of feel him a little bit. I kind of feel Mornax. Dude, Mornax has lived a while. Like, I mean, like, I don't know how often he's been to Mexico, if he ever has, but, like, I mean, dude, I mean, even he would tell you that, you know, it's like, you're gonna be fine. It's northern Mexico is fucked. Yeah. It's like a day wherever you're at, mind your P's and Q's, but despite that, just do your research about it to see which areas, you know, tend to be worse and which areas tend to be better off. And for Mexico too. In Arizona, I can work 20 hours a week and still get my SDI. Hey, so that also works in Arizona too? Dude, fuck yeah, bro. Mom, the hookup. Hey. Do it. Do it. Because I was thinking you could do the same thing up here if you wanted to. But, hey. People being held for ransom by cartels. There's even kidnapping insurance in Mexico. I'm not joking. It's common in some areas. Oh my god. Dispensary venom. Dude, hell yeah. You can work on the weekends. Like, just work like, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Like, 6 hours each day. Like, 6, 12... 18. There you go. 18 hours. You can work a weekend, that's it. All you have to do is just work weekends. Venom becomes the Senate. Yeah, dude. Dude, fucking do it, bro. Seriously. I mean, because the dispensary is less likely to probably fuck if you on that shit. And also, you might make tips. With some Star Wars DLCs. Don't worry about it. Just like out of nowhere, just like, you want to buy the Star Wars DLC? Here, I'll give it to you. Mexico City's fine, just stay away from Torpedo, bad thug gangster neighborhood and homeless people. Huh. Pre-ordered a new story pack and First Contact that revamps primitive alien interactions. You know what Stellaris should do is allow you to basically be a primitive nation that makes you have to research the technology to become interstellar and make you start even like on a harder level basically. That would actually be kind of cool. Stellaris, hook us up with that. Paradox Interactive, give us a hookup. Make the game harder than it already is. Because I've heard decent things about air pollution issues and some shoddy construction. They're finally adding cloaking tech. Hey. Hell yeah. Going to Rio and Brazil someday. Dude, that would be pretty dope. I mean, I wouldn't mind going to any of these different countries, like in Latin America, you know, like Rio, Mexico City, and shit like that. Some hippie and metalheads. Well, I'm a metalhead, so I'll just go to a bar that looks like it's full of metalheads and just wear a metalhead t-shirt and just fucking hang out with my, you know, with my brothers. My Hispanic metalhead brethren, you know. They would just be, you know, brothers from other mothers and stuff, you know, that I have just yet, you know, to truly interact with and shit. I'd just be like, what's up, guys? We'd just be kindred spirits. So, living somewhere and visiting somewhere is different. That is true. Venom doesn't want to live near Mexican border, but wants to go to Rio. Well, I mean, Bolsonaro ain't in power no more, so Brazil seems like it's a lot more of a better place to visit now these days. So I'll be down to go. In Sao Paulo. Nice. Planet in Israel for history. I'm a class student. They have ruins of the Temple of Jupiter. Yeah, I'd probably go check it out before some weird, stupid, like, political tension escalation, you know, damages it or something.
I don't want to go to work.
I don't blame you.
No, I don't want to deal with fucking Zane.
Yeah, I really exceptionally don't blame you. Man, those two are on some serious bad blood. it's not even my place to say, but it's just like, I mean, there was like something that, you know, my roommate was telling him in confidence, and Zane was like, nope, fuck you. It's like, you're now this in my mind, and you're a piece of shit, you know, so he doesn't want to deal with him, and he's, you know, he thought he was a friend, and told that in confidence, you know, to, again, what he thought was a friend, and now it's just like, nope, fuck you, you're a piece of shit now. And I'm also partly buddies with him as well, and it's just like, he's like, does he know I'm like his roommate? Because if that's the case, well, I mean, what does he think of me now? It's like, yeah, stupid shit. So cough. Vietnam was fun, but for people Joe for criticizing Ho Chi Minh, so watch what you say. Well, I'm not even really that critical of Ho Chi Minh anyway. Like, I'm sure there's problematic things about Ho Chi Minh, but honestly, like, as far as I'm aware, like, he's actually kind of based. At least a lot of his early parts of his philosophy and his political, like, endeavors and shit, like, during, like, the 50s and stuff, like, he was kind of like a democratic socialist type. A lot more libertine in his views and things, you know, so it's like, I mean, he's, from my understanding, he's kind of based. I mean, out of all the quote-unquote, like, communist boogeymen and shit, he's really kind of the one that doesn't really have many problems with him. Shut up! Ho Chi Minh was better than a lot of 20th century, quote, communists. That's what I mean.
Why do you always bark when I go in the fucking house?
He really wants to, you know, hang out with you. That's why.
Why?
You're a goofy butt.
When you know that Uncle's leaving or something, do you realize what I'm doing?
Oh, look at these. Check them out. They're kind of cute. They're rounded.
These are plastic tips.
Oh, wait, flip. Yeah, there you go. Didn't want.
Tips, that's all they are. Yeah, they're just copper tips.
I know, they're so cute. Little soft points. They're adorable.
Save all your fucking breath.
Well, yeah, I plan on saving them. Well, you should have waited before you released the grip on that, sir. Jeez. They weren't.
How many did you buy?
3 boxes. 6.
Oh, they're still having their fucking limit?
No, I ordered these online. I could buy however many online.
Oh.
I could buy like thousands of rounds if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Get like a fat fucking like crate worth if I wanted to.
Yeah, if you wanted.
If I had the money.
If you wanted to pay $1,000.
Yeah, which nah, I don't have that, so I buy mini boxes. Ho Chi Minh is also epic as probably the only leader to lead successful movements against not just one but 2 imperial powers.
Okay, you've seen
That's true, yeah.
Right?
Well, technically 3 if you count China.
Hey, fuck it.
What?
You've seen my ammo crate, right?
Yeah.
That's 1,000 rounds.
Nice. Sweet. Very sweet, very shy, very... Wait, what? They have no tourism, although they might be trying to change it. Wait, huh?
No, I went up and I saw Kyler. I'm like, I could be at home drinking right now. He's like, alright, go home then. I'm like, alright, fuck it, I'm going home drinking. Well, I was gonna give her a ride, but I really don't want to. I don't think I'm gonna go to work tomorrow either.
I mean, considering who he'd be having to work with and shit, it's like, yeah. I wonder what he thinks of me now, considering... Does he even know we're roommates?
He knows I live with you.
So now I kind of wonder what he thinks of me now at this point, because...
He's gonna get fired.
I mean, yeah, it's only kind of a matter of time with him. I mean, considering his behavior.
He's been doing it for 11 fucking years.
Yeah, being late and shit, because it's like, I mean, like, it makes me look like, you know, a Care Bear string bean, you know, nice prep and doing my shit to this, you know, to my P's and Q's in comparison to
And the
him.
no call, no show, yeah.
Yeah. I at least, you know, even if I have no call, no show, I will follow up, you know, either that day or, you know, by the next day, you know, be like, hey, this is why and this is what was going on, just to inform you it was not, you know, a no call. I mean, obviously I understand it was a no call, no show for the day, but that, you know, that's why, so, you know, is there a way to kind of, you know, I will communicate, you know, it's just like, that's kind of the thing, because
He was...
It'll just, yeah, like...
Doge tried calling him?
And just nothing.
No, he picked up the phone like fucking twice and then fucking fell asleep when Cody got on the phone.
Bruh.
I didn't say anything when you showed up the next day. I didn't say shit.
Wow. Those are nice.
Yeah. But they only come in extra large.
I'm sure you could find some that are smaller. That's it.
The fuck?
It was an ambush. Ambush sneeze.
I'll give you an ambush sneeze.
Please don't. Stoney's been to Chop Scare. Oh. So were you there when some shit was going down there, or was it just like one of their off days over there? Don't answer that question, actually. It's like, honestly, man, like, yeah, don't actually answer that.
Don't answer that question, please.
Yeah, because I know how it looks like over there on a busy day, and like at Chop Square, dude, it gets like straight fucking bloody. It's literally a place where they publicly execute people in Saudi Arabia. It's nicknamed Chop Square because sometimes they have so many people that they're lopping heads off and shit left and right, you know, at a given day, that sometimes, you know, they just nickname it that. Nice.
That's plastic!
Make it metallic or something. They'll show it off, they're proud of it, that's how fucked up, backwards, and fascistic they are.
Duh.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why they, again, have a square dedicated to it, and yes, it is fucked up, and that's why I don't approve of anything about Saudi Arabia as an existence of as a nation. And I feel bad for the people that have to be oppressed under their fucking shit. Because their government is backwards as fuck. So, yay! Gotta love that shit. I hate how sometimes, you know, there'll be people like, are you being like a little offensive about like Saudi Arabia stuff? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what? How? Like I yearn for like them to be like liberated so they can actually express themselves, basically, and like as just, you know, when it comes to just basic human rights, let alone like extra shit. You know, so it's like, I mean, it's just a yearning for them to just kind of catch up so their people aren't so heavily oppressed and shit. It's like, how's that like phobic of anything outside of just like old draconian, like desert tome, like era level of medieval style, like existence? It's like, I think we have, you know, evolved as a species, you know, to just like, you know, move beyond that, you know? You can't get in there anyway. I would not want to be in there anyway. I like, until like, you know, shit changes there to where they're at least a lot more of like, you know, caught up a lot, you know, when it comes to a lot of social views and shit, to at least be basic standards when it comes to like human rights and shit, like, then, you know, I'm not bothered about wanting to be anywhere near that place. Because the treatment of LGBT in the Muslim world typically gets ignored during Pride Month. At least you understand why we feel that way. Yeah, well, yeah. Because there's so much homophobia and so much LGBT discrimination to the point where it, like, you know, it makes a lot of the homophobes around here in America be like, God damn, I wish we could get away with that. because it's so insane, it's so violent, and they will literally like push these people off of buildings, just openly execute them and shit, let their neighbors and communities just lynch them in the streets and shit, just openly record it, allow it to be on like live leak and publicly show everyone to see. All that type of shit. I mean, so it's just like, I mean, it's far more extreme than people realize.
Here, turn that down.
Well, luckily the song just ended. Seems like his focus was independence for all of Vietnam, though he definitely had an authoritarian bent. Yeah, Ho Chi Minh had an authoritarian bent for sure. I mean, yeah, there's not exactly a lot on his like policy specifically, because I mean, there was a kind of. I mean, it was like an outright war, stuff, but much more into Tito. Yeah, I like Tito. Like, Tito and Ho Chi, like, I like, both of them are, like for 20th century, quote-unquote, like, communist/social leaders are, like, the ones that are the benign ones, or the ones that are at least some, like, generally pretty decent, or, at least has mixed, stuff and shit. At least especially in comparison to, like, Mao and Stalin and shit like that. It's, I would argue, a very staunch difference. And in fact, Tito was actually very critical of Stalin. He didn't want to, like, kind of take the Stalinist approach, and he wanted to have his own kind of independent approach of things. So he kind of, just like alternated entirely from, like the traditional, like, Warsaw Pact, Soviet bent of it. The U.S. coup was probably your favorite. I forget his name. I really couldn't tell you, honestly. Yugoslavia is generally at 5 to 10 years behind Western Europe in terms of latest technology, but it was a good place. Make metal straight again. Blacksmith's t-shirt. Mossadegh? Mohammed Mossadegh?
Mossadegh.
Well, I mean, I think that might be who we might be thinking of. Well, speaking of more, he used to have to give up his toys. Oh, to live there? I mean, well, I don't want to, well, I want to visit Vietnam. I mean, I never said about living anywhere in there. Ejection is nice, but I'd rather be blown.
Wear that shirt at work. I can't wear the one that I'm wearing at work.
What is it?
Corona.
Oh. I believe the regular civilian gun on so do I. Tito's Yugoslavia citation, what happened? If only there wasn't power instability and power grabs and the collapse of Yugoslavia. I know if you go to like the Dallas-Fort Worth airport, like in the front, like main entrance area, like when you're going for security and shit, like they still have like a world map where it still has like the Soviet era, like the 80s or 90s or some shit, so you can still see Yugoslavia and where the Balkans are. Like they just left it the way it has ever since they built it in there. They never have updated like the world map in there in accordance to like how it is. They've just have always have, you know, just left it the way it was, which I actually kind of like. I kind of think that's a little neat, honestly. So it's always kind of cool to see Yugoslavia as like the Soviet, you know, Federalist Republic of Yugoslavia just sitting right there where the Balkans are. I'm just like, hey. Now it's Achievement Book. Yeah, it's kind of like the one thing that Stalin kind of had going for him. It's like, yeah, he helped defeat Hitler.
Couldn't wear this one at work either.
Operational status, food bar. You probably could, quote, get away. I mean, honestly, like, because I was called in for a few hours at work, I was wearing this shirt, because frankly, I just didn't really give a fuck. And no one cared. Not even the PICs or any, literally no one gave a fuck. They were just happy that I was there to help out a little bit.
Like, literally, if I wore that to work, there'd be so many people like, what's your shirt mean? Think.
Salvador Allende. Still, a bunch of Texans probably think Yugoslavia's still a thing. Probably.
Or I can get that one.
Foxtrot uniform Bravo Alpha Romeo. See, that one's at least in code. You can get that. I just see a lot of MLs who obviously support Stalin but don't want to come out and say it in the same way. I'm not saying I love Hitler, but I just want to say that there's a few things here and there that he probably did. It's like, you know, I'm not saying I love Stalin, but every now and then there's a few things. Yeah, Pinochet. Yeah, dude. Yeah, because he basically chucked them all out of helicopters and shit like that, or something like that.
Hey, dude. The red one.
Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. What the fuck?
Yep. I had a shirt that said that.
Nice. Arguably the worst CIA intervention as Pinochet was almost... Yeah, like, because Pinochet basically was kind of a fucking... Like, honestly, like, he was such a Nazi and shit, like, he adopted a lot of, like, the German, you know, Prussian style of, like, yeah, military doctrine and stuff. So, you kind of still see that today with Chile's military. Like, they still have, like, a modernized version of the M35 Stahlhelm. I'm not even kidding. It was me, I let the dogs out. Actually, I wouldn't mind having a modern, Chile, like, Stahlhelm style helmet. Like, having one of those would be pretty cool. I don't know what exactly they're called. They're not called the M35. They were called something else. But, I mean, having one of those would actually legit be kind of cool. Had Prussian uniforms before him. Yeah, and he kind of kept at least some iteration of that. And also, at least when it comes to parade and dress uniform, they still keep some of it. Like Pilkelhalbas and the Stahlhelms and shit like that, like I'm talking about.
Where's the fireball?
Where's the fireball? Nice.
Dude, there's like so many codes you can do with all of this.
No, right.
Get away with it.
What it means, like, it's an acronym. It doesn't always have to mean that. Like, you're inferring that, not the shirt.
Yeah.
You know, so it works. I love it. This looks like Chile's constitutional reform was voted down. That could have been a model for anti-authoritarian left-wing movements around the world. Yeah.
Wine turkey family?
But hopefully, Lula, you know, is able to kind of maybe potentially be a model for that as well. So not all hope's lost. Now it's just on Brazil's hands. Peru had a Japanese dictator, Alberto Fujimori, son of immigrants to turn a century to work as miners. Yep. Alright, let's do it the dumbest way possible, because it's easier for you. But no, honestly, Carl's right. Actually, there was a lot of Japanese immigrants that have migrated into South America just as much as North America. There's actually a strong minority of Japanese, like, immigrants slash like Japanese mixed people in places like Brazil, so just like Brazilian Japanese folk, like Chilean Japanese, Peruvian Japanese. Like, there's a lot of like mixed minority Japanese folk and communities, you know, dotted throughout Latin America because of a lot of that type of stuff. Same reason why in North America.
It sounds like me.
Sorry, I was listening. I was thinking about fishing. It's a hot take of the night. I'd be okay with authoritarian leftist world government if my choice were authoritarian entering flavor of right wing. I guess, but I mean, I would still be critical of that government, though, and I would still be wanting to challenge that and at least, you know, attempt to make it a lot more libertine in nature. I mean, I would probably be obviously more in favor of that if I had to choose between the two, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm just going to be like hunky-dory with it. It'd basically be like the whole like Kaiserreich like anarchists versus the totalists or whatever. You know, like the authoritarians versus the anarchists and shit. Like that rift. I mean, there's like, yeah, I'm not exactly, you know, fond of the totalitarian types.
Shit show
or
survivor.
Authoritarian types. Shit show supervisor?
Yep.
It should be a shit show survivor.
Pretty sure there is.
Those people kill you off like a bunny venom. Yeah, I mean, same with, yeah, honestly, even for me too, but at least I'll fucking fight back against them. Often authoritarian leftists are socially conservative also. Unfortunately so, yeah, a lot of them tend to be socially conservative on certain issues. Usually, like, you know, when it comes to, like, racial or, like, certain LGBT issues and stuff. Isn't left inherently anti-authoritarian? Not always, because you have, like, authoritarian communists or, like, authoritarian lefty types and shit. Like, Nazbols, I guess, can be kind of one of the more socially conservative versions of that.
It's not easy being my wife's arm candy.
Authoritarian leftists definitely exist. Yeah, it definitely exists as a concept in theories and shit, for sure. Like Stalinism, for example, is a very authoritarian left philosophy. Like a authoritarian branch of communism would basically be something like, you know, Stalinism and shit like that, or Maoism or Marx-Leninism and shit like that. MLs, etc. Which one am I looking at? Left or right? Oh, left. Or don't worry, I have both of my shots in my booster. I like it. It's actually been a lot more common throughout history. China was authoritarian left for years in the 20th century.
It's weird being the same age as old people.
Just because the right sucks shit doesn't mean the authoritarian left isn't a thing. Or they don't suck either. Because they do. I mean, I'll admit I probably got some authoritarian tendencies, you know, to an extent, but, like, I'm, you know, acknowledge that and willing to try to put that in check, you know, and, you know, like, and, you know, like, and not have that, like, be such a, you know, prominent thing or whatever, because I definitely value libertarianism and democratization, you know, not just, you know, politics or communities, but also within workplaces and shit like that, and blah blah blah. So it's just like I'm very much libertine in my philosophy and shit. So I'm very much against authoritarianism when it comes to like left or right, or just in any direction. Speaking of left or right, which one? Left or right? Left or the right?
You're left.
Every snack, yeah. Alright, I need that shirt. That shirt is too much my dog. God damn it.
No, the other one next to it.
Oh, the one on the right?
Yeah. God damn it. Wrong one.
I don't know how to act my age. I've never been this old before.
But yes, this is your dog.
Yeah.
That is your dog.
But isn't that like kill all men rat fams calling themselves less? Wait, what was up?
Want to hear something funny? Guess how much that shirt is?
$30?
Yep. You're fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I saw the price on it. Anyway, hold on.
We need these shirts for work.
Some people just need a pat on the back. Yeah, but there isn't that kind of killing that rat fams calling themselves upset to talk about something really right wing if you just change your Jones around. I mean, yeah, but you know, it's not necessarily just that's not really just all authoritarian lefty types. Not all of them are like that. They're conservative, sure, but they have leftist economic policy, and plus most leftists say I don't like rad films, but at least they're not right-wing. Yeah, and for me, it's just like, and I don't give a fuck. As I will say to the people who say that, it's like, and I don't give a shit, they still suck. And broadly, you know, make the general quote-unquote left look bad, so fuck them. So economically left, but right socially, yeah. I'm currently unsupervised. I know it freaks me out too, but the possibilities are endless. True.
I think we get either way with when it doesn't work.
Yeah. Because no one said about it being, you know, like, ill-intended possibilities.
Yeah.
Possibilities are endless with all the good things I could do. And surprise them. How many shirts are you gonna keep showing me?
A lot.
My favorite childhood memory is my back not hurting. Oh my god. I don't want to start feeling that. Give you a cuffing cabinet position to shut you the fuck up. I don't want a cabinet. If you want to shut me the fuck up, give me my dream property and like give me like an island or something to like live on peacefully and just like not have to worry about anything. Like, let me have like the Paul Zigo approach and just give me like a nice retirement fund to just live off of and just like self-sustain. Ben Carson. No, I will, dude. I don't want no guy. I don't want more work. I don't want to deal with stress and, you know, being in a cabinet position.
Totally found my shirt.
My people skills are just fine. It's my tolerance to idiots that needs work. Dude, that's me as well.
That is totally our shirts.
Yeah. Ben Carson didn't do any work. Well, I don't want to be in the work. Like, I just give me enough land to have, like, me a couple horses, you know, some, you know, a little small farm, and just, like, a nice little ranch, you know, that I can have a few friends, you know, live there and just hang out, and we all just chill and vibe and just not give a fuck. Like, I mean, just give me that, and I don't care.
Duct tape. It can't fix stupid because it can't muffle the sound.
I'd have Ignore be the minister of the unions and have him lead the unions. Yeah, okay, you know what, fine. I'll do that for like at least 5 years to establish a 5-year plan, and then I'll put someone in my place as like an heir, and then I'll just retire.
We totally need that.
That's true.
We might get in trouble for that one.
Yeah, we might, yeah. But hey, you know, if we're all about to dip off anyway, why do we give a shit? What's worse?
Because I have to be stuck there for 2 weeks.
Well, I'm probably going to be there a little longer than you. I'm probably going to be one of the last few people out of the fucking Exodus, honestly, but hey. I'll probably be a real major nail on the head, too. Especially how long I've been there. Do I look like a carrot? True. Make me executive director of public transit. Yeah, you know what? Give Rip City a fucking cabinet position. Venom, if you want your weird authoritarian left, you know, government that you want to rule, then, and you want Rip City to shut the hell up, give him that position and he will shut up. He'll just like have the authoritative authority to do all that he wants, and there you go. I'm into fitness taco in my mouth. Based. Nuclear powered. Why not high speed maglev and stuff like that? Why not expand on shit like that? That sounds awesome. Velociraptor. I like it. Sure, fine. Manage the entire public sector. Nuclear power McFuck what? I know, dude. Nuclear powered fucking trains. High speed nuclear powered trains, bro. Why not? Let's go, fam. Use, you know, use the nuclear waste as a form of energy to just launch it into orbit. You know what I mean? I need that. I'm not the boss. I just know what you should be doing.
Oh my god, that's a fucking hilarious shirt.
For every shirt that, you know, we keep, you know, approving of, we would have probably spent like $300 worth of shirts already.
But this one's totally fucking nice.
Once you put my meat in your mouth, you're gonna be doing, you're going to want to swallow. Oh my god, I love it. Yep.
That was only $15.95.
Ignore where Fred's gone. Fuck Tommy Thomas, where's the fish? So ignore when Fred's around. He's meh.
You're a music lover.
Yuki, I am your father. Yuki, I'm your father. No, damn. I mean, I don't. Okay, honestly, is Tom McDonald honestly a fascist? Like, I never said that he was. Is I don't even think he. I don't even like.
What do you mean?
I don't even know. I don't even. It's something that Stony Lonesome said.
Tom McDonald is not what everybody thinks he is.
I think Stony Lonesome was just memeing. Like, I think he's a kind of dorky and lame in a way, but whatever. I mean, I don't care. I mean, it's just like not my music, not my thing. I just whatever.
Have you heard any of his music?
Yeah,
I've played a couple.
Yeah, you've played it. I mean, you know, it's just like, eh. I mean, I just like, you know, I've seen him, and he's just like, what in the hell? I have an impression where he just like has this sense of really wanting to try too hard in a sense, a little bit. At least it just kind of looks like that.
Like he tries too hard? No, he fucking been doing that shit for years. And then he finally got a platform to fucking say what he wants to fucking say. And some of his shit is fucking right too.
Well, Stoney's he's saying he thinks he's a troll, and he makes straight up chud rap. Like, I won't admit, like, the much as I know about him is basically whatever he really showed me, and I think, like, the vague, rare times I think TJ's ever reacted to him or some shit. Like, I really don't have, like, a hardcore fucking, like, because I don't even really, like, know much about the weirdo. Outside of, like, what I've seen and maybe, like, one or two of his song lyrics, I guess, but whatever.
He's from Canada.
He's a Canadian?
Yeah.
He's from Canada?
Yeah.
See, I didn't even know that.
With some of his music, you can actually listen to it, it's actually fucking
The Snowflake song is cringe. Oh, he made this. Okay, I will admit, yeah. I mean, I remember the Snowflake song. That one's a little.
I played that one.
Yeah, that one's a little cringe. The music video for it is like even extra a little cringe. Honestly, it's like.
Fake Woke is a good one too.
I haven't heard that one. I mean, okay, so yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's kind of where my, you know, I guess partly where the dorkiness guy, like for me, kind of partially comes into play, I guess, but whatever.
And then White Boy. That one's. You gotta listen.
I feel like wasn't like didn't like what's his name, like Chet Hanks also make like some weird song similar to that, like White Boy Summer or some shit. Make songs about males who are oppressed and spat on in society. You know, human behavior becomes a lot more soon when you view it all from entirely mere angles. Have you seen aggressive driving dictatorialism? Same thing with wars. Damn, Rose just dropping some like
facts,
random deep shit out of nowhere. Totally changing things. Not even really.
Okay, I'm just watching videos.
Alright, man.
Fuck bullshit.
It's bullshit, man. Cause I never really got a chance to say goodbye to Jay either, and I was just like, man, I kind of want to at least, you know, get his number and stuff so we can all like hang out and, you know, go to the range and shit like that. But I do have Habib's number, so.
I have Justin's number. I have all fucking three of them. I have Kyler's, Justin, and Habib's.
Nice.
I don't know if I can give it out, so.
Well, I mean, hit him up. Yeah, ask him. Yeah. To be fair, I'm a white, cis, male, and I feel oppressed. Well, probably because you're bisexual and a lefty, and you live in a very far-right, white supremacist, you know, region of the country where your general ideas are not exactly, you know, able to be espoused and shit. Like, I mean, it's not because you're quiet. If anything, you know, they love that about you. It's everything else about you that you know, that the general culture doesn't like. It's one thing critique woke skull feminists who legitimately do resent straight white males, but McDonald acts straight white males and are most spat upon demographic in society. Yeah, I mean, which is a little dumb. I mean, I really don't know that much. I mean, I know TJ's like made a video and it's been like this good whatever, because I think it was the whole snowflakes thing. Because I remember, I think, reacting to that once. And outside of, I guess, like a couple other songs, you know, I don't really know too much about the guy outside of, you know, just, he seems kind of like a weird chud dork. Which, whatever, I mean. Frankly, there's like a lot of different, you know, other, like, quote, chud rappers and stuff like that. He ain't the only one. It's like a weird subculture. It's like where, you know, like, at least, you know, especially for, like, TJ say what? I mean, well, TJ reacting to him. I mean, I know he made like a video or did a stream where he was reacting to him once. This was like a while back, probably like a year ago now. Expect you to do that. Well, I don't really necessarily think I'm going that soft. I mean, if he's like making weird ass like fucking videos about like white people's always, you know, spat upon society, then yeah, that is, one, exceptionally stupid, and two, like, not true, and three, yeah, a little, at best suspect, and worse, kind of like enabling a lot of that same white supremacist bullshit and shit. I didn't even really know he was from Canada and shit like that, so it's like, okay, so he's some weird Canadian that, you know, just came to America or whatever. Like, fuck that guy. Well, I mean, it's just because I don't know much about the dude outside of, like, you know, hearsay from other people and shit. Like, I've seen, like, one music video of his, and I thought it was just kind of cringy and funny and dumb. And he looked kind of ridiculous, and I've just kind of dismissed him, I think, since. And outside of the occasional time he will actually unironically play him, like, that's about as far as I know him at that point. Because I don't really, like, I mean, you know, like, I mean, it's like the equivalent of, like, you know, like, being hyper, like, focused on some dork like Ted Nugent. It's like, yeah, he's a dork, he's a shitbag, and blah, blah, but whatever. He's not, like, the most influential fuck out there, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, there's, like, bigger fish to fry, so to speak, I guess. I don't really give, like, that much of a shit. I mean, I guess, you know, if, like, especially when it comes to a lot of his, you know, views, if it really is, like, what it is, and yeah, he's kind of a shitbag, but whatever. Worst people out there. And again, more influential fucking weirdo freaks out there, too. And orange. What? I think those are meant to be emojis. Tom Morello are friends. Yes, true. Look it up. Ted Nugent and Tom Morello? They don't seem like they would be friends. I hope soon. Wait, what's this, Rose? Brother, you quite literally look like you could appear on How to Catch a Predator at any given moment. Matt Walsh, dude, absolutely. Just important observation, left-wing activists are nearly always hideously ugly and unhealthy. The evil of their souls warps their physical exteriors. This fascist fucking subhuman parasite, like, can like, we as a human species just, like, deny, like, Matt Walsh, like, his Homo sapien card and just be like, nah, you're no longer one of us? Can we just revoke his Homo sapien card? Can we just revoke the humanity card from him? And, you know, because I don't think there's any in there at all. He's a blockheaded piece of shit. That's being very generous. Being very respectful, you know, honestly. I'm sure it's just because of YouTube that, you know, you can't really exactly say truly how you feel, but I understand. Matt Walsh, yes. I'm kind of partially not kidding, to be frank. Like, honestly. Makes trans videos all the time about how they need to either be deported or executed and this and that and shit. Like, he literally thinks doctors that do trans surgeries need to be executed. And it's just like, what the fuck? Haas fan? Has, like, Hassan Abi, like Hassan Abi, or like another Haas? Haas is tanky. Oh, so is this like another Haas? Oh, I think infrared. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen some stuff of him, but I haven't, like, you know, watched everything of his. I mean, yeah, so, I don't know. I guess I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a fan, but, I mean, I've seen some stuff of his, I guess. I don't really know much about him, honestly. But I guess, from what Carl's saying, I guess he's a tanky who loves Stalin, I guess? I don't know. It's a tanky who loves Stalin? Well, okay. Well, I don't know. He's an angry gym bro. I mean, I will admit, he does look like a guy that goes to the gym very frequently. Though I will admit, I mean, you know, having gym bros that are like lefties and shit, I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but, you know. Angry gym rap pro? I was gotta be ready to crack heads. He called Vosh a Nazi. I mean, I don't know if he actually did do that. I mean, but if he did, I mean, Vosh is not exactly a Nazi. Like, there was like a period of time, like a few years back, where he literally would like debate a bunch of them and like troll them and fuck on them, and if anything, like, slowly but surely, like, you know, call them out a little bit about it. Like, when it came to, like, crypto Nazis and shit. Being like, oh yes, my guy. Like, you know, hey, over time, you seem like you keep bringing up this whole, like, Jewish question thing. Are you a Nazi? And then they kind of, you know, he kind of just, like, blops it out, you know, just, like, yeah, so I don't know. Like, he usually is, like, pretty good at calling them out. More or less than being one. Okay, that was way louder than I thought. He did, I saw it. That's why I brought it up. Lol, he's a character, that guy. He's not a Nazi, but he makes incredibly cringe takes at times and acts like an ass too much when he's debating someone. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that's just kind of a part of Vosh's character. Where, like, he's kind of a little. He's got the tism, and he's kind of a quote unquote dirtbag lefty, where he's kind of an edgelord. You know, so I don't know. I like it. I mean, yeah, but I do agree. Sometimes he does have, you know, some cringe takes, and I mean, he can act like an ass, but I don't know. I'm kind of the same way sometimes, so I mean, that's not that big of a deal to me. I can kind of relate to it, honestly. If anything, I kind of, you know, like, give him credit for being just so confident, not giving a fuck, especially being, you know, a Spurg boy. Watch for Kyle for news. Yeah, I don't really watch Kyle that much, but I'll watch Kyle occasionally. Yeah, phone? God damn it, here. I'll have you hook right there. There we go. Sweet, now you won't fucking fall, bastard. Watch this really dirtbag left. The Cometown guys, Nick Mullen, Stravos, Halkias, or dirtbag left. Well, I guess I mean in the sense that, you know, he'll, like, just casually, like, not give a fuck about using, quote-unquote, like, certain slurs, like, retard, or, you know, faggot and stuff like that. Because that's such, like, a big thing that, you know, it's like, no, you shouldn't say that, blah, 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 and it's just like, I I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like if you're LGBT at least, and like bisexual, gay, and all that type of shit, or just like someone who's autistic. I don't know. Like I kind of have a little bit of a, you know, like, you know, if you know you're kind of like a part of that, I guess. Like, you know, if you're LGBT, then I think it's okay, you know, for like the slur to be used or whatever. If you know, or if you're neurodivergent, it's alright if you use it. You know, it's like, at least in a sense, and you know, of like just not, you know, using it like in an outright, you know, like same type of bigoted, derogatory way that it always has been. Kind of really in the sense of like using it as a way to kind of like reclaim it in a way. So, I mean, I kind of come from a little bit of a perspective about it, I guess, but that doesn't mean that I disregard, like, someone else's, you know, like, oh, no, he's shouldn't use it or whatever. It's like, well, okay, well, just won't use it around you then. You know, it's like, so, I mean, it doesn't mean that, you know, you outright just, like, say fuck someone's, you know, like, fifis about it or whatever. I have to watch, IRI and Dylan, but that's about it. Second Thought is a good socials channel, though I suspect he's a tanky. I think he's, I think he considers himself like an ML, but, I mean, I think he's, you know, like an actual, like, kind of, like, OG version of what, you know, that would be. Vosh is the only Brett Tuber I really watch. He seems to have a somewhat consistent moral framework. Yeah. I like him, I like Demon Mama a lot, I kind of watch Xander Hall sometimes, but not that often, but I'll watch him occasionally. But at least for Brett Tubers, I guess this will be like the big three. I guess if maybe TJ slash DFF is kind of considered that, but they don't really, like, always talk about, like, left shit, they just kind of do their own thing, you know, so, I mean, for them, not really. Not always, but usually tankies. Yeah. And I kind of feel like, at least for Second Thought, he's like an OG ML, not like a tanky version of it. If a bread tuber's French, does it make him a French bread tuber? Yes, make some French bread. There should be, honestly, because, like, I will admit, like, French lefties and just, like, French people in general seem to be radical as fuck. And I want more of that. Like, they need to, like, teach us the way. Like, because when they protest and when they strike and when they, like, go against their government, they go all out. They don't give a fuck. So it's just like, can we have, like, more of them, you know, like, be, quote, bread tubers and, like, teach us the way when it comes to, like, radical direct action? Because, they're based. I had to put that caveat in there, because otherwise Ignar would have not awed me to death. Oh my god! Oh, here we go. Not awed you to death. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, where that came from? I didn't even, whoa, hey. Okay, there we go. France's base unionization, aggressive secularism. Most bread tubers, from what I've seen, hate France. Well, they're misguided. Ignar cannot all, and what about me to death anytime? I don't even think you can try to, like, I know you tried, but I don't even think that was possible to sexually innuendo. When the cashier asks if you want to donate to the poor, I am the poor. It's like, yeah, let me donate to myself. I'm saving that, by the way. I have commandeered that meme. That's my meme now. Got another link above the last. Oh my god, you and your damn links. Also works with the glasses to seen and they live. Record profits. Glasses are on. Wage theft. True. You know what my store really loves to do, or like what our company really loves to do to get bonuses for store directors and managers and shit, is make sure that they have, quote, hourly surpluses and shit. You know, where it's just like, hey, if we can get like a surplus in hours by cutting as many hours as possible, so we have a surplus at the end of the quarter, then we can get bonuses. And guess who does not get to see any of that? It's definitely some bullshit. You. Not just me, but, yeah, all sorts of other people, too. Damn it, Venom. You sent a meme, and the meme is fucking goddamn, like, you really? My love language is quietly leaving a meme in your DMs like a cat leaving a dead lizard or a bug on your doorstep because it likes you. And you left it in my DMs in Discord, you son of a bitch. Most BreadTubers say France not only for the Empire, but because they think it's mean to Muslim minority. Muhammad cartoons crack down Islamist jihadism. Whatever. Well, again, they're kind of dumb for thinking that then. Because the idea that, like, you could kind of be, like, phobic to a religion is just kind of fucking silly in my mind. It's like, you could be, like, racist and phobic against, you know, someone based off of their race and discriminatory about that, but for a fucking religion, like, give me a break. Like, oops. It's like, give me a break. Fanboy Muslim, I don't even think that would exist. I'm sure it probably does, honestly, I don't know. The reason I send so many links is because of your moments that when you aren't seeing things on stream, it feels awkward. I mean, to be fair, I mean, that's why I will be like, here, let's look on Reddit, or let's just find a meme, or at least something on the tube, you know, on the odd chance that I can at least fill dead air. And at the very minimal, I at least have background music, you know, because, yeah, like, I definitely at least, you know, try to accommodate, you know, with dead air and shit. Yeah, it's a little, like, you know, obviously there can be an awkward sense when I'm just sitting here just like, sitting here scrolling quietly. Is that like saying you could be pedophobic? I mean, I guess, but they're still going in a slammer. I mean, yeah, but why would that be a bad thing? You know what I mean? Like, sometimes being phobic against a certain thing is probably not necessarily a bad idea. It's just like, I mean, how do you go about that? You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, because obviously there's not necessarily, like, you know, anything about an individual or a particular idea maybe inherently, but there's a lot of things you can be against and very critical about it and not want, you know, to be enabled or predominant, you know, in society and shit, and be critical and be quote-unquote phobic against it and not want it around. I mean, again, that doesn't necessarily excuse bigotry, racism, and shit like that, because it absolutely does not, but you can still, again, be critical of these things. And I think it's kind of dumb that it's just like, yeah, like, when it comes to, like, Islamic extremism, that's, you know, criticizing that shit, it's like, you're being Islamophobic. It's like, no, I'm not. It's like, and even if I am, like, it's not, okay, so what? It's like, it's not because of, like, you know, they're, you know, like, inherently because of the religion or inherently because of the fucking, like, you know, race or background. It's just because of the fucking extremism that comes from it. Like, they could be, like, a secular, soft, you know, like, more, like, peace and love, you know, like, Muslim and shit, and I would not give a fuck, and there's plenty of them out there. I mean, there's a lot, like, there's, like, I mean, I know there's, like, Sufi Islam, for example, that's, like, a very peaceful, spiritualistic version of, like, Islam and stuff, and there's, like, you know, Ahmadiyya Islam, there's actually a lot of... Trying to reconnect, what is going on here? Trying to... Go... Roblox is my internet shit. Yeah, hold on. What the hell's going on here? Here, hold on. Let me do this. What the hell's going on here? Okay, looks like we're okay. Should be okay? Yeah, okay. No, I don't think I got Roblox. I think we should be fine. I did see something pop up, but I think it was just a hiccup. I think we should be okay. It looks like we should be fine. So if a guy can't, they're just... Wait, what? Hold on. This must but facial hair is generally more masculine trait, yes, and crosses, things like that, growing and beard and all. Oh yeah, where it's like you can't shave and shit like that. Don't worry, I have a plan for internet collapses. Involves carrier pigeons. Yeah, I did have something pop up where it's like, couldn't connect and blah blah blah, and then, yeah, I was like, hold up, let me double check to make sure things are fine, and yeah, it looks like things are okay, so, looks like we're alright. We should be okay. I will admit, I was a little nervous there for a second. It's like, dude, YouTube seriously, like, ding me because I'm, like, having too much of a, quote, hot take over, like, Islam or something. Which I feel like I'm not, honestly. I'm just saying, like, the religion is kind of shitty, and, I don't like it, especially in its extreme form, and I don't like religion, period, so... it's like I'm gonna be critical of that. It doesn't really matter if it's like Islamic, Christian, or otherwise. I mean, so if like if like France or some other country happens to be critical of it and has policies to at least kind of prohibit a lot of the most extreme elements of that type of shit, then okay. Not really against that. I mean, I just kind of wish that it would just be a lot more across the board with it. Like, don't just like isolate Islam when it comes to that France. Like, go after, like, across the board with it. That'd just be my critique about France's policies about, like, that type of shit. Just, like, go across the board with it. Like, yeah, I mean, go after the extreme elements and a lot of the extreme shit that comes with Islam and stuff, but do that across the board with, like, Catholicism, Christianity, etc. Like, again, just don't isolate it. That's my critique with it. Just, like, don't, just isolate it to just one religion or another. Just, like, you could just be across the board with that shit. In religion, it restricts what I could choose to eat is a no for me. Well, that too. It's not Christians that kill people or cartoons in France. Well, yes, granted. But still, it should have across-the-board policy when it comes to, challenging, critiquing, fundamentalism within religion, especially due to France's case with a lot of its unfortunate history with this in recent years. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have a critical view of Islam about it. It's because Vince got violent when you criticize them. I mean, it's not necessarily well, I guess, when it came to the Charlie Hebdo stuff, like with the Muhammad cartoons and shit. Yeah, because a part of that was, like, the cartoon got out, and then, some extremists came in and, went after the actual building where, I forgot the name of the magazine or whatever, but, the place, that it was set up and shit. They went in there and started shooting the fucking place up and shit. It's like, yeah, there's an absolute reason to be very singular, very, like, critical and very specific about, challenging shit like that. Or more fucked up in our religions in that context of French society. Sure. Which is fair. That's why I understand why they tend to be a little bit more critical when it comes to their policies about that type of stuff. Some mass burns in the cross when there's violent protests in multiple Muslim countries. And also unfortunately, within different, like, neighborhoods and communities, that happen to be in these nations, just because there's, unfortunately, kind of a sense of segregation a little bit. Like, because a lot of these, refugees and a lot of these, Muslim communities tend to just be in their own neighborhoods and tend to just, like, be more enabled in a lot of that type of stuff instead of, kind of being blended in, into society and stuff, overall. So it ends up, creating a lot of this major strong rift and kind of like artificial redlining, basically, and artificial segregation. And it unfortunately creates a lot more, problems, with shit like that. Not that, it's like somehow orchestrated or something. It's just, unfortunately, it's just what's going to happen. YouTube probably takes a little bit more carefully with most criticisms as I'll carry on. Well, yeah. Fine with Shiki, I'll be careful, you bish. You bish. God, you can't have like a fucking like nuanced conversation about this shit, motherfucker, dude. It's like let's have a nuanced conversation with Shiki, and sometimes add some spice here and there, and because whatever, we're human. We can have some jokes as this spice or whatever, and still have a nuanced conversation about shit with Shiki and YouTube, you fucks. When else something hilarious to ignore? My stepdad thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's baptized and kid Jesus died for his sins. Oh, he's not the only one that thinks that. I could walk into my bookstore in Deep South and buy books that criticize Christianity, and most people don't care. If a book criticizes Islam went on sale in the Arab world, I wouldn't fly. Nope, it definitely wouldn't. Jesus died for our sins. Why does he care about people sinning? See, that's the weird circular logic about Christians. And honestly, if anything, Venom's stepdad and those type of Christians, funny enough, actually probably have it, more accurate. Well, Jesus died for our sins, so who cares if we sin? Man is born of sin. Like, they basically sin when they are born. Because they're, so it's just like, I mean, by that logic, that's why Jesus died, so he can, redeem your sins, essentially, preemptively. That's kind of the point, as long as you accept him into your heart. That's kind of the whole idea about, like, Jesus dying on the cross, at least, theoretically speaking. But there's so many different Christian sects that don't believe that anyway, even though logically that would be the whole point. It's just so stupid. But nuance is not exactly, and logic, as well, and rationality is not the forte of religion. If you do not accept Nicene Creed, you are not a true Christian. Yeah, and I have, as a kid. My mom's, did that with me once. And then she's like, now you've accepted Jesus in your heart. How do you feel? And I'm just sitting here just like, I don't really feel any different from before, I guess. I don't know. Same as before. He's just like, well, you'll feel good, you'll understand it, and blah blah blah. And I was like 8 or some shit, so I guess technically I did, but frankly, as far as I'm concerned, I don't really count that. How do you feel? Kind of gassy. Yeah, for real. If a typo of gay or gassy, I think it meant to be gassy. Like, got some gas in the gut, as Stoney was saying. Oh, he's over there by the door. He really wants to be with my uncle. Well, his uncle, actually. Aw, little goof. Little sweet baby. I want it. What else? What is this? Who else wants to coin with the solar system? Yo! Dude, this is awesome. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, that is awesome. Stoney says he listened to gay metal. What quantifies gay metal? Because, I mean, I guess on a certain level, pirate metal can be kind of gay. Like getting fucked with an anka, for example. Steel Panther. Sabaton. Sabaton is not gay, though. Like, they're power metal. Like, so power metal, basically. He thinks power metal's gay. Okay. Mathcore is kind of gay. He directly says Sabaton is gay. They are not. I mean, okay, whatever. That's his weird opinion, but that's wrong. And I don't listen to Mathcore really, so I mean, yeah, I'm assuming that is probably got the load of the gay going on. I'm assuming. I don't fucking know. I'd guess Sabaton's Mathcore. No, it's power metal. They're power metal. Oh my god. Like, you know, okay, now, alright, I'm playing Sabaton now. Fuck you. I'm doing it. Oh shit, oh shit, it's 107? What is Mathcore? I don't think that first sentence was meant to be said. In Mathcore, it's a subgenre of metal where it uses a lot of like mathematical, like, you know, it just uses a lot of math when it comes to beats per measure, you know, the notes that get to beat and like time signatures, and like there's a lot of random shit, you know, going on with that. Sabaton fans are all obsessed with the Winged Hussars. I mean, the song is fucking awesome, but I mean, I'm not really that obsessed with it. It's a fucking amazing song, but I mean, honestly, for me personally, there's better songs. Fucking goofy dog. This dog is absurd. You look like a mat. You look like a little bed mat on the floor, dude. Sprawled out the way he is. Oh my god. This dog is ridiculous. I'll never understand this little weird pup, dude. He's a weird, just chaotic entity. Then the Winged Hussars arrived. Well, they did. Well, it's true, they did indeed arrive. Then the Winged Hussars arrived. Caro, you can eat a fat dick. Sabaton is amazing. It is amazing. I've seen him live like 3 times now. And they're great. Speaking of which, this is Sabaton. This is Window Nobel Prize. This is within years of science. This is elixir for the key. This is your collective intentions. Rose said it was best of 93. Bush, the great alliance is a contradiction. With the world's right ways of science, through the roar of saints. tell me this is kind of gay? Like, I mean, this is kind of like some like epic like death march shit or something. It's actually kind of about the guy who kind of was like the predecessor towards like, you know, it came a lot of like, you know, different like chemicals used for like different chemical warfare and various different things. Like I forgot, there's like another thing that he was prominent that won him the Nobel Prize and shit as well. What wars where the Russians had single-shot breech loaders and the Ottomans had lever-action repeaters? The Crimean War. I think it is. Rob Halford-ish gay in that sense. So just because, so they kind of like, you know, they like leather, like kind of, you know, some camo and stuff like that, and they kind of have like I mean, I don't know. I've seen Judas Priest live, and honestly, there's a little bit of a different thing going on. Like, I mean, I suppose maybe now I can kind of see what you're kind of getting at, but I don't know. There's two different things going on. Like, Rob Halford ain't gonna have, like, some fucking, like, you know, makeshift, like, tank, you know, that's, like, you know, on, you know, like, that has a drum set on top of it and shit, you know, and all that type of stuff. And for the big shows, like, festivals, like, you know, metal festivals and shit like that, they have, like, a straight-up, like, tank that the cannon, you know, shoots out, like, you know, like, you know, smoke and confetti and shit. Like, for their, like, smaller shows and smaller venues, like here in North America and stuff, they don't got that, but they got, like, you know, at least a little equivalent. It's pretty cool. Who's the crackhead mayor of Toronto, Canada? Rob Ford? Yeah, Doug Ford. Rob's brother, actually, yeah. Mark Scott's it. Not saying it's an insult. Well, I'm just saying, I mean, it's got a little bit of a different thing going on. I guess you could say they're kind of like, you know, like, gay and nerdy. Like, if anything, it's more accurate to say that Sabaton's nerdy as fuck, because they're like, you know, history, military nerds. Which, that is very true. They very much are. They are a bunch of nerds. Rob Ford died. Did he? Really? I have like a partial feeling that that's not really? Did he? I think it was one of those people I just kind of assumed, you know, just like was still alive and shit. Just, but I guess not. Doug is the non-crack smoking one. Rob Halford is responsible for that whole heavy metal leather and studs aesthetic because that's 70s gay backer fashion. Well, because Rob Halford is gay, but I don't necessarily think it, like, that whole aesthetic was kind of around, you know, before Rob Halford. He just kind of, like, you know, became a major prevalent, you know, figure when it came to that whole type of aesthetic. I mean, but it was around before him, though. Like, with leather jackets and, like, you know, at least a small overlap overall when it came to it. But Rob Halford definitely was, like, a major prevalent dude, you know, that especially kind of interwoven a lot of that, like, heavy, like, leather daddy biker influence and shit. Yeah, like, Judas Priest inspires so many different bands and shit. I mean, there's still a major influence to bands today. Which says something. In fact, speaking of which, hold on. Let me play a band that is actually influenced by them that has a cover song of theirs. Hold on, let me find it. Where is it? There it is. There we go. It's a lot more synthy and I like it. like Motley Crue. Yeah, early Motley Crue is pretty good. Man, you should listen to some like early, like I should show off some early like Maiden and like early some metal too, because you might like some of it. Especially like some Black Sabbath, like their very first album is actually pretty like dark as fuck a little bit. Not War Pigs or Paranoid actually. I'm pretty sure that's the name of the album. Yeah, the first one's self-titled, second one's Paranoid, and then yeah. Actually, Black Sabbath's released like a shitload of albums. They have one called Tyr, which is kind of like based off of like some Norse mythology and stuff, which very obscure Black Sabbath album, but actually legit pretty good one. I like it. They never really play anything off of that album or anything like that, but there's some good songs on there. My dad was a Motley Crue fanatic. Well, there's a lot of, you know, bands similar to Crue that, you know, are really good, you know, that have similar sounds. I mean, Judas Priest, you know, has definitely got to be one of them, for sure. I mean, you definitely would be into Priest. Breaking the Law, Push It to the Limit. It's Bros B-Day. Fucker's 35 now, goddamn. Goddamn. They had original release Motley Crue Records of artwork, and that was recalled, and then now available. Nice. That's pretty dope. Oh my god. Wait, what's it? Public freakout? I mean, it's not wrong. Hold on. I mean, I gotta let the song play out a little bit because, you know, it'd be popping. But I will check this out. Let's go on with this. Swear I've seen a video of this guy as a ticket cop. Okay. Here, let's look at this. Let's look at this thing. What is this absurd shit? What's going on here? Go on, bullshit now.
Big Mac and well, with extra sauce.
Yes, extra inside the burger.
So what is that? Is that sauce?
That's extra sauce.
Is that sauce?
Yes.
Is that extra? Is that?
Are these guys British? Oh god, more Britishness.
No.
My God,
That's
if
extra.
you're not going to communicate,
This is separate.
with me,
I'm communicating with you.
is that sauce?
Yes.
Is it extra?
No, it's separate.
It's separate, but is it extra?
But it's not extra because the extra would be in the burger.
No, the extra. It doesn't matter if the extra's in the sky. It's extra. It's extra. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, so now I'm funny to you.
Yes, you're funny.
Now I'm laughing.
No, you're just
Now I'm
stupid.
laughing. I'm
Yeah,
stupid.
yeah.
You are the stupid one. You are a fool. You are a fool.
You are a fool.
Extra sauce. Why don't you specify I want extra sauce in the burger?
Okay,
Then maybe
just
come and say you clearly
Common
don't
sense.
have it. You clearly don't have it.
You don't have it.
You clearly don't have it. If you're telling them extra sauce anyway, you clearly don't have it. Don't tell me about common sense.
extra sauce in the burger is extra
You
sauce
need
in the
extra
burger.
brain. How about that? That's what you need.
You need extra manners in customer
Extra
service.
What? All right, you know what? I mean, I'm giving the worker a pass. You know what? You should have specified. But I have a feeling that, you know, that was like a back and forth that they probably had before in the past, and now he was just really wanting to fuck with him. Motley Crue, you saw Motley Crue like, oh Harley, yeah, bastard. I wish I could have gone, but I was working that day. What are you doing? What are you doing, little prick? When I saw Motley Crue in 2014, that's where they were better in the 80s on drugs. I'm sure they were better back in the day. I mean, I saw Black Sabbath on their, last tour with Ozzy, and I mean, I guarantee you they were better back in the 70s and 80s and shit, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, Ozzy obviously was not, like, fair, exactly 100% with himself, but he was still out there rocking it and still fucking kicking it and still kicked ass and it was still awesome, so whatever. That was nice. I like that. I really can't wait for my Dark Artist to come in. It got shipped. Got shipped earlier today, and I'm so happy because this damn dog is gonna finally carry his weight. Honestly, like when I go walking with him and run him and stuff, I'm actually gonna like put a bunch of like bags full of sand and stuff like that in there, so he has like a bunch of weights on him, so he can go run around with that. Don't want to be a gringo. You can't really, get out of not being a gringo. Like, you're a gringo. I'm a gringo. I mean, you can't like, exactly get out of that. That's just something that you just have to unfortunately live with. Like DRI. I don't think I've heard of him. Gringo isn't usually derogatory. Yeah, it really isn't. I don't consider it derogatory. I mean, I don't know, like, why would that be derogatory? Like, so what? I consider being called like a honky talk fucking colonistic fucking white trash or something more derogatory versus gringo. It's like Kanaka Kiwi, Limey, Mexi, stuff like that. Yeah. It's not exactly something that is inherently like, I mean, it could be used, I suppose, but I mean, inherently it's not. Like, don't. Venom, I sometimes feel like you overthink things sometimes. Just gotta let it go, bruh. Just gotta let that shit go, bruh. Boo boo. Come here. Hi, Bubby. Come here. I'm giving you a brush while you're over here. Here you go. You're all like, what the fuck? Did you just drop some of that? No. Terrified of driving, so you might have to expect a little more than... drive a little more than you expect to. Dude, you're barking up the wrong tree about that one. You're just a sweet boy, yes you is. What are you doing? Oh my god, it's because you, that's why. There you go. Oh my god. You're a little freak, dude. Who's a little freak? You is. Look at you. You're a nut. Who's a little mutt? Look at you. Goof, come back here. You silly little freak. Look at you. You're such a silly goofball. Look at you. He's such a goof. Who's a good boy? This dog's a goof. How much of a goof are you gonna be? How much, huh? Are you gonna be like this for the rest of your life? Yes? You really don't know how to react to this half the time, do you? Man, this side is matted up. Jeez. Whoa, what the? Did you just grab a bug? Damn. Man, I'm getting some knots out of it over here. Jeez. Jeez. That was just all from that. Just from, like, doing this one little session out of him. Man. Got some little mats out of you, bro. Well, you were hanging out outside, so you probably were getting random funk off of you. And also other bullshit. And you did have some random stuff come off of you in your fur, so that was actually good. What, now you want to, like, attack my brush? You're the one who's still hanging out here. I'm still gonna brush you while you're here. I don't give a shit. What, you think I'm gonna stop? You like it. You're the one sitting here enjoying it. He's a good boy. Yes, you is. He's a good boy, yeah. Yes, you is. You're a sweet boy. Mexicans think Trump is crazy usually, but they're not that politicized, at least in terms of Americans. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised they think he's crazy, considering that he was like, it's like, I think they're murderers and rapists, but I assume some are good people. It's like, I mean, when you got that, like, perspective about them, like, yeah, why wouldn't you think he's crazy? It's like, yeah, I'm sure, at least broadly speaking, Mexicans collectively think they're fucking insane. Or I guess he's fucking insane. But generally, even his support is probably too great. I know there is, like, a lot of social conservatism sometimes, you know, and shit, because of, like, the Catholicism and stuff like that. But even then, they tend to be more progressive leaning. But they got, like, gay marriage, and everyone celebrated. It was like, yay, cool, and no one cared. At least nowhere near as much as, like, over here. And the ones that didn't like it usually just kind of shut the hell up. Like, that's kind of what they did. They're like, "Rrr." Well, over here, you would never hear the end of it from these fucks, because they still don't shut up about it. Because they think it's all, like, school indoctrinary bullshit, and, like, fucking, like, you know, some weird-ass, like, Grober narrative thing that's happening, or some weird fuck. It's just so stupid. I so fucking detest these pieces of shit, man. It's fucking absurd. Where'd that go? There it is. Come here, Nug. Get some of this grounded up here. Bundale. What is that, like, some... Oh, you were just saying, like, Bendejo? I thought it was always a E, not you. So, Koff, what are you getting into? You're licking your lips. What were you getting into, you little freak? Pendeo. Yeah, that's what I thought it was spelled. Yeah. Bundejo. Pendejo. Is there? I'm assuming there's a difference between the two. Is there? I'm assuming they both mean. Pendejo means idiot, basically. Well, yeah, that's what I would assume. But what about Bundejo? Is that, or is that just a typo that Mornex did because he was being a goof? I'm assuming it's probably, you know, being a goof. I'm just gonna go with that summary. When in doubt, let's go with that. Bundejo is a misspelling. I kind of figured that's probably what it was. Here, go to the bathroom here real quick. I should have been saying momentarily. Oh, look at you, little goof. sweet little bubble.
What are you doing?
Goofball. Ugh. Stony Hall. I mean, I did. Is that a meme? Well, I guess that wouldn't even be a meme, but still, it's like Hall. It's like saying like, oh, nah, it's just kind of broadly saying it's like, yep, homeless or lazy, they just pull themselves by the bootstraps. Tell you what, if they just had a little bit more bootstraps, they just, you know, just wouldn't be so damn lazy, tell you what. Got a new article posted comparing two horror subgenres. Nice. Nice. Get some more background music going on there. So like how my friend Harley was sent like this flamethrower he wants to get, but the funny thing about it is that I'm in the corner. I'm in the fucking corner. I love it, dude. Just chilling in the corner over there. Oh my god. Scream capped it with me in the background. Love Suicide Points. I can't remember the last time I was on Mexican Panhandler. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure I've seen some homeless people every now and then that are, but it's not because they obviously are Hispanic. It's due to other fucking circumstances that likely are out of their control, you know, if anything. Like rent, the fact that they probably can't afford shit because shit's so damn expensive. You know, and all sorts of other variables, I'm assuming. You know, there's all sorts of shit, you know, that probably play a role in that. One thing that doesn't play a role in it, though, is that they're Hispanic. That doesn't exactly play a role. Because, yeah, usually, I mean, especially from my experience, yeah, they work hard. In fact, honestly, work harder than most motherfuckers I see. Work way harder than me, that's for sure. I give them, you know, I respect that, honestly. There's something about the whole quote-unquote, like, work grind and, like, you know, work ethic that, you know, they really, you know, generally, you know, kind of, like, have a sense of prioritization of. And, you know, and at least for me, it's like, I generally, like, respect that to this extent. I feel like they obviously deserve, you know, like, you know, their proper fair share and a lot, you know, for what they do, you know, when it comes to that type of ethic, but nonetheless, it's like, I see it and I recognize it. Especially why I don't give a fuck if there happens to be someone that, you know, is a quote-unquote Hispanic immigrant or whatever the fuck that's coming over here. It's like, so what? They tend to be a lot more hardworking than half of the motherfuckers I see around here that are born and raised here in America, so, is that supposed to be a problem? I mean, if anything, the reason a part of it is because they're trying to, like, you know, like, legitimately, like, earn a keep and actually try to be like, hey, you know, I'm, you know, trying to, like, you know, show myself that I'm, like, you know, a part, you know, like, I could, you know, kind of be a part of, you know, society and shit and intermingle and, you know, and, like, take the extra steps. Like, I mean, because it's not just like, oh, they're born and raised here and having a job here or whatever. I mean, they're, like, this is a whole new country. I am trying to, like, move and settle here, and and doing all that shit, going for all that, going for all those ropes and stresses of that shit. Like, there's so much other shit that is going on, and yet they still bust their shit twice as hard than most people. It's like, if I was in their position, I'd like, the last thing I'd be doing is busting my ass at work because I'm too stressed out about other shit. But nonetheless, so they don't give a fuck. So honestly, there's legitimately like a sense of like respect when it comes to like that sense of work ethic. I mean, again, obviously it needs to be fairly compensated and recognized, but because in this system it isn't. That's just seen as like another widget for the productivity of the profit maximization these companies want. That's why they usually look at immigrants for under the table work, because then they can skirt a lot of their pay and shit and fuck them over even more. In a lot of ways, they tend to get fucked over more than average people and shit when it comes to labor and stuff, because a lot of it tends to be under the table, so to speak. And the company tends to do a lot more criminal elements of paying them versus not, because they're not a full-on citizen, at least not yet. Once a Mexican work construction dislocating shoulder, they immediately pop back in place, all whilst operating a hand drill, not stopping at all. Okay, I didn't, but they do work very hard. I mean, I will admit though, I have seen or at least heard stories about, like, cause my friend Logan, he used to have a roommate that was Hispanic and did construction. He had a buddy who literally accidentally nail gunned his fucking hand. And basically, obviously, most people would be like, and probably screaming in pain and just, like, holding their wrists, trying to, like, stop blood flow and freaking out and panicking. This guy was like, oh, fuck, shit, and just, like, took it out and just wrapped his hand up and just like, well, I should probably call the hospital and let them know I need to, get on my way to go be there, and just want to let them to prep up so I can get immediate care and all that shit. And drove his ass to the hospital. And he stabbed himself with a nail gun. It's like, he didn't give a fuck. And it's like, oh, well, that's a problem. Better go to the hospital and get that stitched up so I can come to work tomorrow. I mean, he didn't go to work the next day. He had some time off to let his injury heal. But nonetheless, like, it's like he basically might as well have been like, like, well, better get this fixed up and, just go to work next day. Fuck it. I need to stop flinging this everywhere. I mean, honestly, there is, like, some merit about, like, they work hard, don't give a shit. Because, I mean, it's not necessarily because they're trying to prove anything, it's just because that they, want to make sure that they, have something, like when it comes to their bread and butter, just like anybody else and shit. In comparison to, their native country or anywhere else, they see the most opportunity here. So, let them have it. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it should be across the board for everybody, but, yeah, they deserve it too.
And the fuck is wrong with you? What? Can you not right now? Can you not bark like a freak?
Tell people to remain calm, makes them so I want so you can actually remain calm. Well, they'll just send more back home. Oh, what? Their family members? Yeah, that's where the family is. Yeah, exactly. It's like, what, their family members and maybe their friends who might visit for a little bit. And see if it's like something they may want to do with their family or something like, oh, God, I hate them. I hate these damn conservative fucking weirdos, dude. Especially considering the exchange rate of dollars pesos. Yeah. Like, I've known different people that, you know, who are migrants and shit that would have family back home, so to speak. It would actually legit would send most of their money actually straight to them. You know, would just, like, you know, forward it over to them, basically. And, of course, with the exchange, with the, you know, dollar amount, and with their, you know, value to their dollars, stuff like that, you know, the US dollar goes a long way, you know, so for them, it's just like, oh shit, hell yeah, this actually, you know, really helps us. I used to know this guy, it was a migrant from Ethiopia and shit, and he had a family back home that he was still in contact with, and when he was working at our job, like, he would send half his paycheck just straight directly to his family, and for, like, I think for weeks at a time, up to a month, he would literally go over there and visit and help him out and stuff like that when it comes to, like, making sure that, you know, they kind of were able to kind of get theirs, and also, well, it kind of redistribute a little bit in his community and shit. So, you know, it's just like, you know, especially when it comes to the Ethiopian dollar, I'm sure the US dollar, you know, goes a long, long way, you know, so, you know, for them, it was just like a major, great thing, you know, despite just being a retail worker, essentially. Which just shows, like, you know, what type of opportunities, you know, can be had, you know, with migrant, you know, workers and shit. Even though, yeah, that doesn't inherently benefit, you know, domestically here and shit, that benefits, you know, people. And that's, you know, and there's, you know, that does, legitimately does offer opportunities, you know, for individuals and, you know, and folks, you know, not just here, you know, at home, but elsewhere too. And it can give, like, a better leg up. I mean, that's kind of the whole idea of the quote-unquote American dream, at least what it should be, right? Unfortunately, you know what to say about it. You have to be asleep to believe it. Because things are going so well before. Yeah, because, oh yeah, these immigrants are ruining America, blah, 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 blah. Because things are so well, you know, yeah. First, Santa's Mexican. I don't know. Also depends on prices there. Sure, but I imagine, you know, if, you know, like, if you, translated the US dollar to Ethiopian dollars and considered, like, you know, the value of different goods and things that they have there, I'm sure it goes a long way, but, again, I mean... And I'm sure with, like, Mexican dollars as well, with pesos, and I'm sure it's also, you know, same thing, but again, it just varies, it just depends on what country, you know, they come from. You'd not want to work there and send money back home. I mean, yeah, I mean, I suppose. I just want to know if they, what they do, where out. Things to blame. I suspect murder-suicide is a high possibility. Well, I know on Onion Nuggets there was, like, this, like Trump family, basically, like a Trump cult family, that did, like, a trifecta suicide pact because they literally thought Trump lost and just, like, there was no hope and shit like that. So, yep, I know the one. Yeah, I think you're probably watching it, you know, but yeah. I saw it after their live stream because I was at work, but yeah, like, yeah, there's, like, you know, there's, like, this family of right-wing extremists in America. I think they were in Florida, which, of course, there were a dime a dozen of them, but this one in particular, like, basically it was, like, a 30-year-old something dude, and his parents basically literally did a suicide pact and shit. Because they thought there was no hope for Trump coming back, you know, as a leader and all that, which funny enough, he's not even totally, like, out of the count yet, like, he could potentially be president again, you know, all things considered. Not that I would want that, but just considering, you know, the odds and everything, it's like there wasn't really any reason for that, you know, but nonetheless, 3 less votes for Trump, so, you know, whatever. I just feel bad for, like, one of the kids, because there's, like, a daughter who was, like, a young adult, like, either in her 20s or in, like, your late teens and shit, like 18 or 19 or something, that was basically, like, just indoctrinated from day one, and just, like, emaciated and shit, and was found, like, wandering around, and they did a welfare check, and that's how they found out, apparently, which is just, shit's straight out of a fucking horror movie, honestly. It's fucking insane, dude. One girl giving an interview about her mom and one of her siblings, and then got shit out of the cops because the Trump pooch failed. Jesus, dude. Not opposed to get rid of term limits, opposed to some electric fuckery from either side. You're dreaming big there, brother. Brother, you're dreaming big. Because honestly, I mean, I wish the same thing, but unless we have like some FDR-like candidates that exist again, unfortunately, I just don't really see that happening. You need to dream big so small ones can come true. I like your thinking, though. Rose, do you think that's why TJ is trying to become king? So maybe he can at least potentially become some form of a leader, you know, in some way, shape, or form, and be influential in that way? Because you gotta dream big and become king of the earth in order to be an influential, you know, figure when it comes to, like, a movement, right? So I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think you just kind of tapped into TJ's psyche a little bit with that one. I think you just kind of tapped into his justification as to why he thinks, you know, he should be king. Because I don't think obviously he has actual ambitions for that. I think he's just using it as a way to kind of shoot for the stars, so to speak, when it comes to what his ambitions are about. King for a day. He lives in truth and lives today. Lives like the world will end today. Who lives to hide within the lie? Who makes the rules of this game? Who is paying your champagne? All the mercy in the world cannot save you when you're king for a day. Obama wasn't as bad as Trump. Oh my god, why do you keep going on about that? I mean, I just hate that that's our standards. Yeah, why is that like our standard? Can we just like resurrect a like goddamn FDR or even Kennedy for fuck's sake? Like JFK? Can we just resurrect one of those two? Like resurrect the dead at this point. Like let's not make our standards like corporate, you know, charismatic black guy. Like, I mean, yeah, is he better than our latest recent runner-ups? Well, sure, but that doesn't mean that he was good. It's like, why is that our standard? Can we not make that our standard? FDR was kind of fucked up, yes. But he's still a better goddamn standard. Like, the biggest fucked up thing that, you know, you can say is, yeah, the internment camp thing. But beyond that, there really isn't that much. Like, I mean, you can nitpick some stuff here and there and stuff for sure. But, like, the internment camps was genuinely, like, the one big thing that was fucked up about his presidency. I mean, but beyond that, though, if you take that out, though, I mean, there's really not that much. I mean, like, I'm sure there could be things picked out and stuff, but again, I mean, we have FDR right now. His name is a bomb. Oh my god. No, it's not. I mean, what about JFK, though? I mean, can we at least resurrect him? Come on, Stoney! Every single one of those Japanese Americans was going to take part in a bonsai charge on the steps of the Capitol. We have to... What the... What the hell? I don't even know what to say to that. Like, what the I'm just imagining that now. Just out of nowhere. Just like a surprise bonsai charge on Capitol Hill. Just like out of nowhere, dude.
I'm imagining just like newsreels and like random like pictures of that event out of nowhere just happening, dude. It's, oh my god. I don't, it's like, how would that even be organized? I don't think Japanese cars were sold in America at that point. They definitely weren't. I don't even think they were before then, because cars were still kind of, growing as an industry. But I'm sure by the time like the 50s and 60s hit, yeah. I mean, before World War II, well, yeah. I mean, like I said, well, yeah, because like I was saying, it was still a growing industry. Like, it wasn't really predominant outside of like Europe and America at that point. Like, there was like, up-and-coming bustling industries, that were in other regions of the world, but they weren't really like widespread worldwide. The only ones that really kind of were like European or American-based cars and vehicles at that rate. But, I mean, it wasn't like they were like, the only ones out there, but, they were the ones that were the majority in the market. Considering that that's like where a lot of, automobiles, started predominantly being manufactured anyway. Venom does, and he hates aliens. Why? Man, we just love, like, just like accusing everybody and just like trying to start shit. So for the record, I don't think this, but this fucking bastard does. Oh, and that asshole over here thinks this, by the way. I love it, dude. Stir up the conflict. Scientists created a device to produce electricity every time you overthink. People with ADHD. Dude, this is gonna be me. And how would it even know that? Like, what? Just based off of neurological, like, brainwaves? Like, it would detect that, I guess? I mean, I'd feel like I would just basically be like, Luke, getting electrocuted by the Emperor. It's like, oh, Father, please, oh God, help! Like, that would basically be me. I'd just be like a bacon crisp. If you're into it. What, like E-stimming and stuff? I mean, for the record, I'm willing to be open into that stuff, but not literally like taser to death. Like a little, like, bzz, here and there and stuff, like a little soft little zip zap, like not like a taser level, but like a little soft one. I could maybe see some element of stimulus from that, but like like taser level or like a cattle prod or some shit, no, fuck that. Like, God, good lord, no. Yeah, like electric masochism, yeah, nope, not about that. I'm open to, like, electrical stimulation, but not, like, masochism where it's like, like a little, ooh, like that, like a little, like, a little, like that type of buzz. Like, I'm gonna try that, I guess, but beyond that, like, fuck no, dude. I guess that would be considered like softcore, like electrical play, I suppose, if that's a thing. Yeah, but yeah. Let's see. Ball electrocution. Ah, God, no, dude. Fuck, nah, fuck that. See, like, that hurts. Like, that makes my, like, that's shriveling my dick up to, like, a clit status, dude. Like, it's like, it's like I'm about to, like, form I'm about to go, like, eternal and be, like, a scaly or some shit. Be, like, get reptilian with my dick and balls over here, you know, with that thought, like, See, to me, that's just, like, God, fuck no. But, like, a little soft, like, a little, you know, maybe, you know, like, around the thigh area or some shit. I mean, I don't know, I could see that, I guess. But beyond that, like, I just... people's... Man, oh god, oh my, okay, why, come on, alright, man, I really did not need to, like, but Carl, why? Dude, you know what his answer is gonna be. He's gonna say, some people say why, but I look into the cosmos and I say why not. He looks into the unknown and says, why not, dude? He's that motherfucker. He has that philosophy. I know exactly what he's gonna say. He's gonna say it in the chat. I already know. He's gonna do it. You just asked it, so he's gonna say it. I already know. Watch. He's gonna say it. I'm not even shitting you, dude. I already know what's about to come. And, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yep, I knew it. Some men look upon that as witch and ask why. I dream of that never was and ask why not. Yep, there's the full quote. That's his quote. Dude, I swear to God, you have that quote saved somewhere. You have like that on a notepad, you know, to copy and paste, dude. And every time, you know, someone that says why, you just like go to that notepad, copy it, paste it, and then fucking, you know, like, dude, I swear you have that saved somewhere. Because it's, like, always the same way. It's just, like, I mean, it's the verbatim quote. Not that I'm, like, criticizing it. I'm just saying, man. You know, it's like, dude, you got that saved somewhere. I swear, like, you bring it up often enough to where I'm convinced you have it saved. I have some quotes saved myself. Like, I mean, there's definitely some quotes out there that are, you know, memorable, worth saving, you know. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not even faulting you. This reminds me of a story where a guy did something similar to his nuts and had to be removed. God, I feel like, yeah, that's, you're a madman. Yeah, he's a mad lad, bro. Mad lad. It's fine, fascinating. There are people who are actually into that. Like, I'm not joking. There are gifs of it. I don't need to know, man. I mean, I know there are people who are unironically into that, and I don't get it. Like, there's people into, like, you know, sound in and stuff like that. I don't get it. Can we move on? Like, why is this a topic? Like, I don't know if I'm, like, not high enough or not drunk enough for this. Like, sir, oh my god, why? Sorry, you're good. It's just, you're so vividly descriptive of these things. Finally, that of a list of things I hope to never see. Second only to rump or Biden in the shower. Oh, God. God, I just had some serious shivers down my spine. Fucking Christ. Ah! Oh, no. Fucking hell, dude. Oh, man. Fuck. Oh, what the hell, man. What do we even do from here? I second only to Trump or Biden seeing me naked in the shower. I don't even feel like... Honestly, I would just use that as an excuse to just, like, have him run away in fear. And I'd just be like, you know what? Yeah, that's right. Oh. You're about to get the fucking, you know, you're about to get the salamander, bitch. Get slapped in the face with a salamander. What are you gonna do about it now, motherfucker? How they get into my home? Well, at that point, you can use, you know, defense, you know, so... I mean, I'd argue you could get away with it. It's your property, your house. I mean, they're invading your home and shit. So let me rub it back. Yeah, that's where, you know, my freedom seeds, you know, come into play. Like, he's not going to be touching me, nor is he going to be on my house with, you know, without, you know, repercussions. Because that's not cool, and I don't want that. And fuck, God, please, I don't want more shivers in the spine. Stop it. Like, I'm actually getting, like, I'm starting to have, like, a fight-flight response in my brain now. Like, getting all queasy and squirmy and shit. Thank God Venom isn't here, because he would try and enable more of this. That fuck passed out. It's, like, good, but at the same time, boo. He's never allowed to sleep. So I has to do the job for him. Well, I guess that's all we have, Stoney. Remember that sound by Bill O'Reilly saying, I want to massage your boob on the shower. I wanna, you know, massage you with a falafel. Thai Mexican pub. You're trying to propagate more Chihuahuas on me. He's trying to force more Chihuahuas on me. What the hell? Why? Give me Huskies or Malamutes. It's cute. I'm not necessarily denying that. If it's the last person you want to be naked around, 2 men already mentioned Pat Robertson or Hillary Clinton. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my fucking god. Both of you. And it's hypothetical between Trump, Biden, Pat Robertson, or Hillary, where both of us would have to be naked. Dude, I would literally rather, like, I would literally look directly in front of a barrel of a fucking tank. Have that fucking tank be loaded up and fucking shoot that fucking cannon and blast my head like a watermelon. I literally would rather that and not give a fuck than be in that scenario. With any of them. No. Like, I'd rather get yeeted by a tank. I'd rather, like, get obliterated by a tank point blank. Like, not even kidding. No cap. Like... How much weed you smoke all day? All day? This is the most I smoke is when I stream. So yeah, I get a little dummy high at night. I mean, I smoke like 1 bowl before I go to work to kind of wake up a little bit before I get the coffee to actually wake up. And then I might have like a bowl on my lunch break or something. And then I smoke dummy high, you know, when I'm off work, because that's my recreational time. Like, all day. These streams don't reflect my typical behavior. It's just that they can't function on a daily routine without it. Okay. I think that's, like, inherently a bad thing, at least in comparison to a lot of other substances that people could be addicted to and shit. And honestly, a lot of it is, like, you know, because I tend to be groggy and, like, honestly, I tend to be a lot more snippy when I'm sober. Especially when I wake up. So, honestly, like, not being that way, especially customer service line of work, would you feel like shit without it? Not necessarily, like I said, I'd just be more temperamental. Like, because honestly, I could tell with a lot of people that I have to deal with at work, if I didn't at least have, like, maybe at least a little bit of a toke before I went up to work, I mean, I would be a lot more snippy, you know, towards people about it. Because, like, yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of a way to help keep myself a little bit more mellow and chill. You know, so... Is this an intervention? I don't know. I felt like over a week ago there was an intervention about, you know, me drinking and stuff. So now I feel like this is an intervention about me fucking, like, smoking. Like, Jesus, like, fuck, am I getting intervened? Am I having an intervention of, like, my little, tiny little, like, behaviors now? It's like, alright, we got him with that last week. Let's get him with this week. Smoked a lot of illegal analogs like Delta 8 and Delta 10. Well, I mean... Like, to him, it's kind of, I feel like, you know, it's a little bit more of a, like, taboo, especially considering the state that he lives in. Like, because honestly, for me, it's not even really that big of a deal anymore. It's just, you know, kind of a part of the general lifestyle, and yeah, I admit it. But, you know, it's definitely a daily thing, but, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like the end-all, be-all. Like, if it's not there, yeah, I'm sure it'll kind of suck, you know, but I'll deal with it, whatever. I mean, there's been times where I've taken tolerance breaks, or, you know, I've traveled, and obviously I don't have access to weed, so I'm sober-dober, you know, for the entire, you know, time I'm, you know, out and about, or whatever, if I'm, like, out in Texas or some shit. So, I mean, it's, like, in a lot of ways, I mean, like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I mean, a lot of times where I'm, like, out hiking with friends, for example, like, yeah, I'll smoke a toke before I leave and stuff, but when we're all hiking and all that shit, which is, like, an all-day thing, unless, like, my friend Logan brings weed or something, like some joints or some shit. Or his little, like, kind of like a little nectar collector thing, which is like this little, like, you know, tube that you can, like, you know, like heat up the needle of and then, you know, smoke up that way and shit. You know, it's like, unless he brings that or, like, some joints or something like that, then chances are, nope. And whatever. Who gives a shit? For me, it's not the end-all, be-all. Again, it would kind of suck not having her around if it had to be like, nope, you can't have a period, bleh. You know, but, again, it's not like the end-all, be-all. If I find a way to have access to it, sure, I'll be like, yeah, I want to get access to that, but it's whatever. Strange, my name is Rose, and I'm addicted to posting links in artist live chats. I've posted at least 4 stream, and I don't know how to resist the urge. I relapsed, damn. Me drunk as fuck describing the inevitable fall of capitalism. The Taco Bell cashier. Why does this describe me? Like, all these, like, me drunk as fuck being, like, you know, describing heavy political theory and stuff like that and shit. I've done that unironically, like, at the bars, you know, like, I've done that, honestly. I have someone being like, oh, you're part of, like, a union or something? What's that all about? You know, and I would just, like, go on, like, an hour-long tangent about, like, the history of unions and, like, you know, and all this other shit and blah, blah, blah. And just literally go on just a tangent, like how I will sometimes with these, you know, and they'll just be like, oh, cool, you know, and you just kind of pontificating and stuff. It's honestly kind of, you know, fun in a way. Obviously, if the person's into it. If you're just, like, kind of doing that to a random person just out of nowhere, then obviously it's a little awkward, and they're just like, oh my god, please go away, I don't need to hear all this. It's like, I only had 3 drinks, officer, I didn't mean to get all political. You slowly back away, but you're bowling back in. Yep. You have a very weird sleep schedule. Same here. I do as well. Well, man. I mean, it's like, you know, the whole, like, I guess, quote, intervention thing. I mean, you know, dude, man, I definitely have, at least, you know, to some extent, you know, kind of like an emotional addiction or emotional tie towards marijuana and stuff. But, I mean, you know, at least when it comes to physical addiction and stuff, I mean, like, I guess the closest that would be is probably just the fact that, like, when I tend to get hungry, especially at least in the morning, if I have an empty stomach, at least in the morning, it's, you know, like, I tend to get kind of like a bad acid reflex to the point sometimes I'll, like, puke up straight acid and stuff, and it's kind of no bueno. And you know, to the point where it legit kind of makes me feel a little sick. But having at least a little toke kind of, you know, a little toke in the morning does legitimately help kind of calm a lot of that and calm it down. To the point where I can at least go to work, you know, start my shift, and then at least like 30 minutes in, go run off really quick to go grab like a coffee and a snack and hide that in the back and snack on that and stuff. You know, so it's just like, I mean, you know, it kind of helps alleviate some of those issues, you know, I like, you know, go into work and shit. Or just, you know, before I like kind of start the day in general. So I can go up to, you know, grab a burrito, or, you know, go up to work and grab food there or something like that, you know. Or just, like, eat something here, you know. So it kind of helps alleviate some of that shit, because if I, you know, kind of eat while I'm feeling that way, it, you know, like, my body kind of wants to reject that a little bit. Not really, you know, like, reject in the sense, like, this is bad, but just, like, you know, you're kind of not feeling good, don't eat right now. You know, so it does help out with that, honestly. So I guess, like, with that, you know, and yeah, I guess it does help me sleep, you know, as well. So when it comes to those two things, I would say that that would be the closest to physical addiction, where it's like I would be more restless, you know, if, you know, a little bit, you know, I won't necessarily feel as good in the morning, you know, because of, you know, stomach stuff, you know, I was talking about. You know, at least, you know, if I don't eat something immediately when I wake up or something like that, or at least have something in my stomach, you know, getting up and ready to go and shit. So, I mean, it's just kind of like those little things, but beyond that, you know, it's all really just kind of more of an emotional tie to it. Kyle Kalinske needs to go to Jokin's house and smoke some of that ordnance grade weed. But he's in Houston now, so he doesn't even really have much access to weed anymore. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but do you think non-religious people pretending to be religious to get away with saying Christian or Muslim woman is shitty? Seems manipulative. I wouldn't necessarily say shitty. I would just kind of, I would say it is at least a little manipulative, but I don't know. I mean, if it's just like, you know, someone's like, hey, you know, I want you to kind of be this, but they're kind of like softly in that religion, but not like that hardcore about it, and you just kind of like feign interest in it, I don't know. I say it depends. Yeah, I kind of with Sony with it. I'd say it depends. Our culture society is where if you aren't religious, you're ostracized and lose your friends. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of people, like, that personally I know that, like, or even in my family in Texas, for example, like, I know some cousins that aren't exactly religious, but are, like, culturally Christian, or maybe do believe, like, a sense of a God, like, they're deists, but, you know, they're more agnostic about it, or at least a little bit more, like, open about it, more so than, like, Christian specifically. But because of a lot of, you know, because of their parents or just the general society around them, they are, like, Christian, quote-unquote. You know, so, I mean, it's like they're not necessarily being truthful, you know, about the fact that they're Christian or all that type of shit, but, you know, they're, at the same time, you know, may potentially still be spiritual, or maybe agnostic, or maybe even more rare, you know, but atheistic, you know, even, you know, but I don't know. I do think it kind of depends, because I guess it also depends how, like, you know, as someone who might be non-religious or atheistic, like, how critical are they about that? Like, are they gonna make jokes and be, like, kind of a jackass about it? Like, you know, oh, you're believing that weird sky daddy shit again, you go into that weird church or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, if they're being kind of a dick about it, then, you know, yeah, that, you know, it's shitty. But, you know, I don't know. I say it depends. I mean, just flat out lying about it. Yeah. I don't know, like... I say that, like, I mean, like I said, I think it just kind of depends, like, if it's, like, an area you kind of grew up around, and, like, yeah, you might believe, like, in, you know, like, non-religiosity, but, you know, it's, like, you know, like, I don't know, I mean, honestly, I don't even really know, I never really thought about it, frankly, because I've always thought, like, yeah, sometimes, I mean, because, I mean, honestly, like, my dad, for example, he's not a Christian, but will go through, like, you know, the, like, processes of, like, you know, being at church and shit whenever he's done that. Not that he actively goes out and do it, but whenever he has done that, you know, and shit with different services, he'll go along with it too. You know, so it's just like, I don't know, I mean, I guess if, like, you kind of go along with it, and it's just like, I don't really think it's that big of a deal, but if it's just like, oh yeah, I'm kind of Christian, but I just don't, you know, want to do any of that shit because I think it's dumb and blah 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 blah, whatever, then yeah, you're kind of being a manipulative jackass about it. But if you just kind of go along with it because it's kind of a sense that you kind of want to respect your partner in that way, you just don't really want to make them feel bad, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it's... I guess, you know, like I said, I kind of refer to Stoney's, you know, position with it. I think it kind of depends. I guess just, you know, it depends on how, like, the relationship is, you know, I suppose. And, like, how, you know, the two partners are about their views. You know, when it comes to the religious one and the non-religious one. Like, if they're kind of both willing to kind of, like, go along and get along with each other despite, you know, the views, and kind of, like, you know, one of them's the one that, like, kind of play along with it despite having, you know, different beliefs and not really, like, bring that up. I mean, and I guess, you know, by proxy kind of, like, lie about their religious views with that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't really think that's necessarily a big deal. I just think, you know, it's probably better for, you know, the relationship, you know, broadly to probably be honest about stuff like that, but, I mean, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. I guess it just kind of depends on how those partners would go about it. Where someone knows someone's Christian and therefore will say they're also just the person will sleep with them. Well, yeah, if they're doing that, then yeah, I would say they're kind of being a manipulative dick. It's like, oh yeah, I want to get with this chick, but she's Christian, and, you know, and I can only sleep with her if I'm a Christian, or this or that, you know, so I'm just gonna pretend I am, you know, just so I can fuck her, or whatever. Yeah, yeah, at that point, then, yeah, that's kind of shitty. And that is definitely manipulative. But when it comes to just, like, you know, being with somebody, or already being in a relationship or something like that, or looking to have a long-term relationship with someone, I mean, I feel like that kind of gets a little bit more nuanced. But yeah, in those type of circumstances, I mean, that's just being a manipulative dickbag, and you're just using the auspices of religion to, you know, manipulate someone to fuck you. I mean, that's just, like, you know, a part of, like, someone just kind of being a narcissistic jock bro that just wants to fuck as many chicks as possible. Like, I mean, just, you know, but you're just using, you know, religion as a tactic to do it. Sadly, that is, unfortunately, you know, things that, you know, some dudes do. And it's stupid and it sucks. Mainly just because it's, you know, just not cool. I mean, just for anybody, really. Even for themselves. Because let's say that chick that happens to be religious happens to know somebody that you used to have sex with. And they say, oh yeah, that guy's actually not like a Christian or a Muslim or whatever. He's, you know, just using that to get in your pants and blah, blah, blah. Like, imagine if, like, that happens, right? Or if, like, an ex gets into contact and, you know, or, you know, gets in contact or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's like... Somebody went to do it from the same... Pierces. Well, yeah, I don't think necessarily inherently, like, you know, like, going out and being like, yeah, I want to like go out there and fuck. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's the behavior about how people go about that. It's like just, being like, yeah, I just want to like do it and however, by any means necessary, and will like be manipulative in a way and be kind of narcissistic, in a sense. That's where it gets toxic. But, being like very sex positive and basically being a slut, essentially, whatever. I mean, that's fine. There's plenty, like quote unquote man whores, out there just as much as there's women out there that are very slutty and shit. I mean, that's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that type of behavior inherently. It's just like, really fundamentally, it's just like how, people go about, with that type of behavior. There's healthy ways to do it, and there's toxic ways to do it. It's just more about acknowledging, or trying to like kind of call out more of the toxic elements of that behavior, and and embellish, or at least bring out more of the healthier forms of that type of behavior. And saying like, yeah, it's not wrong to obviously be a slut, essentially, and go out there and fuck as many pussies, or get fucked by as many dicks as possible. I mean, whatever. I mean, you do you, boo. But there's healthy ways to go out there and do that. And there's also toxic ways of doing that, and being, kind of a shitty person of doing so. Play more not to be confused with my... Wait, what? It's not... No, for sure. It's just about the way people go about again, and that's the issue. Yeah, exactly. Play more is not to be confused with Michael. Michael Morris, yeah. Man whores. I didn't even realize that was kind of a nickname for it. I always just thought that, for like a man whore, it was just, well, man whore. Just made it up. Oh man, I don't know if it's something that would totally stick. I kind of realize I don't really have much for food tonight, but what can I make up? Oh wait, I just realized I have little pizza rolls. To use the air fryer. Hey. We'll just have to wait. Orange see then. Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to see if it actually does catch on. In the air fryer. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the one I have is like a toaster oven / an air fryer. How does an air fryer work? Awesome. I have no idea. Magic. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, magic. Because, like, how I imagine frying something is that you need oil, like canola, peanut, coconut oil, something. Goddamn hiccups. I'm assuming it's like a fan? Like a fan is involved? I don't know. I really don't. Okay, these hiccups are really annoying. Did they go away? Yay! Though I have a weird feeling in my chest. I have a feeling that one's gonna just ambush me. Nope. Okay. Just had to make sure. God damn it. There we go. You know, honestly, I'm kind of wondering how a fucking air fryer works. I'm just gonna look it up. Here, oh, well, there's actually a thumbnail. I think this thumbnail just basically shows it. It just uses heat and a fan. It just circulates heat. It's just basically like, you know, air circulation with a lot of heat. I think. I kind of want to let the song keep playing because I'm just one of those. I hate being the guy that just like stops the song before it's done. And also, just not even many videos that shows how it works. They're just like, here's, you know, how to use one, or like, you know, make different food with it. And it's like, I just want to know how it works. We'll look at it in a second. Because I'm actually genuinely kind of curious, but I think my assumption is correct though. I think it's just basically using heat circulation with like a fan, and like a lot of the heat comes from like behind a fan and then just circulates that heat around what you're cooking. But it's like not like, you know, still, you know, it just like is a constant flow, so thus it's something about that. I don't know, there's like some weird chemistry, physics shit around it. Aww. Sweet little baby. Sweet little Zukov, just being a little dork, taking his little nap. Look at this loaf. Look at this little fat loaf right here. Aww, you being a little stretchy boy. You're a fat loaf. Look at you. You're a loaf. You're a loaf of bread. What a goofy little mutt. Oh. Oh, I thought you were gonna do a little stretch. That's not a stretch. I kinda want to throw something at him. I want to throw a treat at him, but I don't want to distract him that much. What a goofy little boy.
Air fryers here everywhere.
Air fryers.
Except here. As it is, I'm already low on
Just teach me how it works, damn it.
food. Cooking something in an oven is a pretty slow process. But if the air inside is in motion, the hot air is more likely to interact with your food. And the
Okay, so I was right. It's you know, so it's just the fan makes it so the heat, you know, circulates more, and thus, you know, contacts and interacts with the food more, basically.
air is more likely to get swept away. So heat gets transferred much more quickly to whatever you're cooking. That's the basic principle behind an air fryer. It's also the principle behind convection ovens. That's why you'll often see people referring to air fryers as convection ovens, which isn't wrong, but also isn't actually their closest analog. See, air fryers move air way more quickly than convection ovens, which means they can transfer heat to food way more quickly than convection ovens. Twice as fast. Nearly as fast as what's called an impingement oven. That's the industrial-looking thing you've probably seen in your local chain pizza place, or coffee shop, or sandwich store. Impingement ovens blast super high velocity, super hot air.
That's true. Yeah, we have one in our deli. So, oh, okay. Well, there you go. The more you know. Nancy Pelosi's socialism. Homeless crisis escalating in Sherman Oaks. Man, first species out of business owner? What the fuck?
Business owners say they've had enough. They've reached out to the police.
These business owners have had enough. People fucking ridiculing them, disrespecting them, and now homeless people are throwing shit at them.
Of council representative and other city officials, and they say they've been ignored. So they turned to Fox 11 News so we could shed light.
We've turned to a right-wing, local rag of a news outlet, oh my god, wow. Nancy Pelosi's socialism, sponsored in part by fucking right-wing grifty nonsense. Oh my god. That sure shit happens in LA. I'm sure it does happen, but like, oh my god, I already know exactly where that bent is happening. These poor, sad business owners, who will ever think of them? Who will ever think of the blighted business owner who had a homeless person throw shit in their face? I worked at a restaurant, we had to deal with that. I mean, yeah, honestly, I do kind of feel bad. Yeah, like, honestly, when it comes to, like, small local businesses and stuff like that, I mean, I actually do have, more genuine sympathy for it. But, I mean, every now and then, it's like, I mean, that it doesn't necessarily exclude, some of them from ridicule, though. And where it's just like, oh my god, these damn, fucking piece of shit, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, alright, well, you just feel like a temporarily embarrassed billionaire, don't you? I don't like those types, but, I mean, honestly, most small business owners, like, I don't really got an issue with. Honestly, a lot of them tend to be kind of cool. At least around here, like, there's, like, a lot of little, like, thrift stores and, different fucking, little, like, food carts and stuff like that, really cool dudes. Cool little family, like, operations and shit. But don't throw, well, yeah, I mean, obviously, don't throw, like, well, to be fair, you don't know if it is HIV positive, but, I mean, yeah, don't throw shit at them. I mean, there's plenty of things you could do, to ridicule, someone like that, potentially, but, like, I mean, you don't necessarily have to throw literal shit. You can throw many other things at them. If that's, what they really, actually, generally kind of deserve. Like that one business owner guy that, like, sprayed down that one homeless lady and shit. Like, that guy deserves, some things that could be thrown at that, at him, so, but, At the end of the day, though, he's not like all business owners, at least when it comes to the small ones. They have to pay my mortgage, just put kids, yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, small businesses, I, definitely would argue are different in comparison to, like, some fucking corporation. Like, my mom had a small business doing photography and shit like that. And it was tough, and, and she had to, like, like, do that, raise me, fucking, while my dad was working and shit, and amongst everything else in between. It's like, there's all sorts of shit that, she was having to, deal with. At least near the end, before she totally retired, I mean, she actually was kind of forced to medically, basically, because she was, like, for a while, like, fighting fucking cancer, with uterine cancer and shit, and going through treatments and stuff, and still fucking, maintaining and running her business and shit. Her doctor actually had to give her an ultimatum. It's like, you keep, getting these, like, little baby mini heart attacks and shit like that. And it's like, you can either keep doing what you're doing and legit work yourself to an early grave, or just retire and just close it up, because your health is honestly more important than, money. And she even had to recognize that. Though, to be fair, she didn't realize that she was having basically the equivalent of, like, little baby mini heart attacks. And, because there was a point where she was starting to have, like, little chest pains and shit, and that was why. It's kind of like a reality check for her. It's just like, okay, I need to retire. And, yeah, she did. As TJ's dad used to say, you never get rich working somewhere else. I mean, sure. Though I'd say that's just, because of how our system works and shit. Because it's basically built on getting rich off of somebody else's work, essentially. Yeah, so you can't really work for somebody else doing that. You have to have other people work for you. What time is it? It's like 15 till 3. Government subsidized wages. I'm down for that. Like a negative tax rate, or at least like some basic, you know, UBI, you know, if you make a certain amount of income or some shit. Or, I mean, or hell, like, you know, even like a, you know, have like a UBI where it's like, you know, depending on how much you make at the bracket, like on the bottom, you get the maximum, but like, you know, the next like 2 or 3 levels up or some shit, you know, it's a little less, but you get a little something from it. So that just basically makes sure that, like, and assures that anybody who's like, you know, in the top like half, you know, of the bracket, or at least like especially the top 10% and shit like that when it comes to like income or, you know, wealth and shit like that, they don't get that. If anything, they're the ones who are being taxed predominantly for that. So it's like, if they're not gonna, you know, give the wages that were properly, you know, yeah, like that were stolen from them, that, you know, should properly be given to people, then, well, force it out of them. Make it a UBI. There you go. Boom. Jordan Peterson praised Biden? What? Bullshit. Link me. I don't know why. Dude, yeah, why? Like, what? I want to see that. Fuentes just did. Wait, Fuentes too? What the fuck? Huh? Made a video about it today. Okay. Alright, fine. You're making me look up goddamn secular talk. Can't just link me his video. You have to tell me about it, so I have to look him up. Well, okay, never mind. Never mind. I just literally ate my words. I literally just ate my words, like, right after that. Alright, here we go. You know what? Here, we'll bump the speed up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Dude, I heard TJ on the last Onion Nuggets, or it might have been a Grease Trap or something like that, but TJ was saying that, like, he's kind of digging Kyle's, like, blonde, you know, like, fit going on here. Dude, oh my god, I'm just gonna be honest, he literally looks like a fucking senior at a high school in like 1998, dude. He looks like a 1998 high school senior right now, who's, like, doing a presentation, you know, at the school. Oh my god. Wow. Dude, Kyle's just, like, before we even get too much into this, like, Kyle's just straight up, like, a time warp, dude. Like, he really is, isn't he? Like, he's just, like, time warp of the 90s. He's just the embodiment of everything, just, like, 90s pop culture. I mean, just honestly. And I love it. I love the fact that he just embraces that and just doesn't give a fuck. Is his, like, screen transparent? Dude, his... What the fuck? His screen, for, like, that he's sharing is transparent? What the fuck? Hold up, like, enhance. Wait, hold on. Kyle looks like a transgender lesbian! But dude, look at it. Look at it. Dude, look at his screen. It's transparent. Yo, how do I get that shit, fam? I want my screen to be transparent a little bit. That'd be kind of cool. What the hell? Boo.
So, this is...
Oh, never mind. It was really just like the very beginning where it was... What the... How was it transparent first? Okay, whatever.
So, this is hilarious to me. So, after Biden gave his State of the Union address, Trump randomly said some kind words about it out of nowhere. Everybody was shocked by that one. And now we have Nick Fuentes.
Kyle's straight, though. Which would make sense if he's transgender, because then he would still be into pussy, thus, if he was trans, would make him lesbian.
List neo-Nazi, and those are not smears. Those are accurate descriptors. I'm going by his own language, right? He debated Alex Jones on whether or not Hitler was based. He, of course, took the yes position. So here's Nick Fuentes coming out of nowhere, and he's like, you know what? Not bad. Joe Biden's actually not doing a terrible job. What? What? Now, pause there for a second, because if you love Hitler, but you also think Biden isn't doing a bad job, then are you saying Biden is kind of like Hitler? Like, I'm not exactly sure, right? But look at what he says. Biden's speech actually wasn't bad. Huh? Calling him a demented woke socialist falls flat when 60% of his speech sounds like Trump or better.
What?
Hold on. Face the fact. He's not that retarded. He's likable, and he isn't a trans Chi-Com?
Trans Chi-Com, I think he's trying to say. What? I am so confused. That means Joe P actually has to offer compelling alternatives instead of relying on this delusion that Biden is so unpopular. What's not to like? Chip Act, Buy American, Hire American, sensible position on China, protecting, blah, blah, blah.
He actually has to offer a compelling alternative instead of relying on this delusion that Biden is
the Chinese communists. Oh.
So unpopular. Okay. Let me pause here for a second. When he says 60% of his speech sounds like Trump or better, what I think he's referring to is all of the Made in America portion of Biden's speech. Biden kind of came out heavy on the economic stuff, which I think was a brilliant idea because, you know...
From my understanding, I think he also shied out the IBEW, which is like a national union in his speech, which... I mean, I'll grant it's actually kind of based that a union, you know, got a shout out. So I'll give him that. It's not really much. It's like, all right, cool. That's literally about as far as that is ever gonna go. It's like, all right, that was kind of cool.
We'll only watch the first 10 minutes of the speech. Right.
I mean, I really can't think of a president State of the Union address where a union was shout out. Like, probably like FDR's time, maybe JFK, but like.
Minutes of the speech. And for most of that time, it was economics. It was, we brought 800,000 manufacturing jobs back. We have 100,000 new jobs.
IDW, I thought you meant intellectual dark web. No, I said IBEW.
Jobs in renewable technology.
I think it's like the International Brotherhood of like electrical workers, or like, I think.
Microchip factory coming here. We got, you know, electric car factories. We're bringing back American manufacturing. It was, I signed a Buy America executive order. We're going to make this stuff in America. No more of this nonsense where we...
But he doesn't help him out. Yeah, well, yeah, because he backstabs him, like, with the railroad workers and shit. Like, yeah, he doesn't help him. Like, he gives lip service, but that is literally as far as it goes. Like, the closest he actually has done anything relatively decent on that front was, like, with the current NLRB right now, with the National Labor Relations Board. Which has been a lot more pro-worker in comparison to, you know, like, other previous administrations, you know, with the board. So, I mean, that's at least, you know, good, and there has been at least some results of that. A lot of the unionization efforts and pro-labor efforts that have been happening have been able to happen because of the NLRB being a lot more pro-worker in comparison in previous administrations. So, I mean, that's at least, you know, about as far as he's taken that. It's like, and after that, it's literally just nothing but lip service, which is fucking annoying. So much for being a pro-union president there, Jack.
Of course it. And I think that's what Fuentes...
Shouts out to the intellectual dark web, intern to State of the Union.
He's actually leaning into the Made in America stuff. We're bringing jobs back here stuff. We're doing manufacturing again. We're going to have good factory jobs. So on that point, he's kind of right. You know, like, he's right that Biden...
Meanwhile, Disney, I think, laid off like 7,000 workers. Intel's outsourcing places like in Guadalajara, in Mexico and shit. Yeah, I mean... Biden's saying it, but pretty much the opposite is happening.
He's going to get good marks for that. Most Americans are going to look at that, and they're going to go, that's good. It's good that we're bringing jobs back here. Okay. So he continues. What's not to like? CHIPS Act, Buy America, Hire American, sensible position on China, protecting data from big tech, capping price of insulin. He's a Democrat, so there was the usual stuff about gun control, abortion, legalization of TPS and Dreamers, etc. But it wasn't so bad. The reality is that between the consolidation of allies around Ukraine and the Biden coup against Trump, Nicholas. He put up a very effective counter to the Trump revolution. Goddamn. Now, obviously, the thing about the Biden coup against Trump, please, come on, I mean...
Trump revolution, dude. Oh my god, bruh. When you open up a jail in America, you always say that. Oh my god. Oh my god. So, it's a China American to stay in jail, then that's called having a good time. Come on, man. Come on, Jack. There ain't no malarkey of that. They're fat.
Enough already. Enough already. How many court cases do you need to realize that this thing was not stolen from Donald Trump? Didn't Biden win by like 7 million votes overall?
Yes.
What are we talking about? He has over 300 electoral...
Honestly, there were literally, like, Trump-appointed judges that straight up, like, fucking were like, hey, we'll investigate this for you and see if there's more votes there. Oh, wait, actually there were, but they were actually for fucking Biden. Like, I think it was, like, in Arizona, and, like, I think a couple other states where, like, they did actually investigate it, and they came to the conclusion, like, actually, there were some that were missing and stuff. They miscounted and all this and that, but it was actually more towards Biden more so than anything else. It was just like, huh? It wasn't by much. It was like, you know, always usually about most, like, maybe 100 or so. You know, but, like, still, it's like, even when there's, like, investigations on it, and it comes to conclusion, yeah, there were, you know, by a couple hundred, but it was actually more towards, it was actually Biden. It's like, and you're the guy who appointed the motherfuckers. It's like, bruh, take the fucking L. And he still hasn't. To the point that that son of a bitch is running. Oh my god. I swear to god. It's gonna be Biden and Trump again, isn't it? It's gonna be those two again. Oh my god.
These guys weren't even proving their stolen election. So for him to fall for that is kind of beyond silly. But look at the list of the policy stuff. CHIPS Act, that's to bring back microchip manufacturing. Now that has been criticized for many people, including Bernie Sanders, as it could ultimately end up just being a corporate welfare check, and then the jobs aren't created.
I mean, and actually it has been so far, because I was kind of mentioning earlier, like Intel's outsourcing a lot of those a lot of these different jobs. I mean, Mornox can kind of attest to it a little bit. I don't know if that's directly related to chip, but I mean, I imagine that there is, you know, correlation to that. And he's, you know, unfortunately, indirectly a consequence of, you know, that bullshit. I mean, obviously, it's, you know, no fault of, you know, the workers that, you know, are getting the jobs, you know, in Mexico or wherever the fuck, but it's just like, it's just the fault of our, you know, system of enabling and, you know, gifting, you know, these corporations for outsourcing of shit. Because it's just a way for them to maximize their fucking profit. So it's just like, I mean, for sure, you know, there's definitely problems with this, and it's already showing. But I mean, it's like, I'm not even against the idea of bringing these, you know, things, you know, and the whole like hire American, buy America thing. I'm not even inherently against that. But I'm also not necessarily inherently against the idea of like, hey, you know, if there's like certain things that need to be produced overseas or in other countries and shit, let's have like a fair agreement, you know, when it comes to that, you know, so there isn't like some, you know, bullshit where jobs are just being outsourced and just fucking over people here that can easily, you know, do some jobs there, you know, here at home. But when it comes to certain elements, yeah, have that manufacturing somewhere else and just have it shipped over there so they can finish the manufacturing / assembly of whatever they're making or whatever the fuck. I mean, oh no, big whoop. Might have to take a cut in profit because logistics and, you know, and supply might be a little hard. It's just so stupid. We should get Biden and Trump DM fire rate so we can listen to two say funny stuff at the same time. Oh my god, we might have to see them on a national debate stage again. Oh my fuck, dude. You might get that wish. I'm not even kidding, you might get that wish next year. I will say might. I mean, nothing's totally set in stone, as they say, you know, especially, you know, considering, you know, we still got 1 full year left. But, I mean, oh boy. As it looks concurrently, it might be a potentiality of, like, Biden versus Trump again, and oh my god, I don't want that, man, I don't want it. But, unfortunately, that's likely what's going to be the case. Yay! Awesome! Great!
If it actually does bring back a whole bunch of jobs, that's a different story. And certainly right now, there are jobs coming back here.
Minecraft,
so,
YouTube.
So far, so good. Buy American, hire American. Now that there's loopholes in, right? It's not as straightforward as, like, they really went all in on Buy American, hire American. Not really. It's more complicated than that. There's many ways around it, so I wouldn't give him too much credit on that front yet, but certainly the rhetoric is positive and it's going to gain him more support. He said sensible position on China, namely, Biden kept in place a lot of the tariffs that Trump had put on China. I don't like the hawkishness vis-a-vis foreign policy when it comes to China.
Yeah, still being war hawkish. Basically had basically the whole country had a conniption fit over a fucking balloon.
But I do like the standoffish position when it comes to trade, because I don't think we should be so reliant on them. Protecting data from big tech, I don't know if he's doing that or how he's doing that or what he plans on doing. I'm always afraid that there's going to be more censorship from the top down when it comes to these American presidents, Democrat or Republican. Capping price of insulin, yeah, that is, again, that's only for seniors. And there are lower prescription drug prices, but only for some drugs and for seniors alone. So that could have been for everybody if it wasn't for Kirsten Sinema, who took big checks from Big Pharma right before the vote. But it is some movement in the right direction where he was on the right side of it. So,
it's still a positive, but at least seniors can at least, have at least, some benefit from it. But still, this definitely should have been across the board.
To see this from
leave it to the Democrats to be like, hey, we did at least something good. It's like, how good is it? It's about half as good as you want it to be. Thanks. That's about as far as it goes. It's like, god damn it, man. It's like, at best, it's about as half as what you expect it to be. It's like, okay. It's like, oh yeah, the whole insulin price cap. It's like, yeah, you think it's across the board? Nah, it's about half of this is what you expect to be. It's only for seniors. Yeah, we're doing good. It's like, yeah, but not really. You're dragging and kicking and screaming along the way. Like, it's like, you're not exactly, making that much progress. Sure you are, but goddamn, dude.
What we're looking at here is a far-right perspective. We're looking at the perspective of a guy who's flat out, white nationalist. And even he's saying, come on, guys, it's hilarious to argue that Joe Biden is, a woke socialist. It just is, right? It just is.
I guess I'll grant Nick Fuentes this, outside of his weird, quote-unquote, Chi-Com thing that you mentioned, and then this last paragraph, or whatever the fuck, with the whole, Trump Revolution nonsense bullshit. Honestly, Fuentes isn't even necessarily wrong. Which shows he isn't that much of a fucking idiot. He's a goober, a dork, and a nerd, but he's not exactly an idiot. And, the only thing I really have an issue with, fundamentally, is just, the whole, quote, sensible position on China, which just means fundamentally just being more war hawkish against them. I do think being critical and having, policies that are critical, towards China, and stuff, I'm not even inherently against that, of course, but, that doesn't mean be war hawkish against them and be hawkish and stuff, but, it's... It's also why, yeah, I know he's a white supremacist, and the dude's literally a neo-Nazi. Yeah. But, broken clock could be right twice a day, I suppose. Even then, he's not even totally right. It's just certain things, broadly in this whole synopsis that he has about this, isn't entirely wrong. That doesn't mean that it's totally right either, but it's not entirely wrong either. He's kind of partly-ish right. It's at least right that he's not some woke socialist, quote, Chi-Com, trans groomer freak or whatever the fuck, because that doesn't even because that shit doesn't even exist. Because Biden isn't even that at all. Fuentes is worse than Shapiro. Well, yeah. There's plenty of things I can do to Nick Fuentes that, I wouldn't even wish on Ben Shapiro, frankly. This doesn't change my opinion about Nick Fuentes, I'm just saying. Nick Fuentes is worse than Crowder, who's worse than Shapiro. I agree with that. Like I said, this does not change my opinion about Nick Fuentes whatsoever. I still have the strong convictions I have about that wheezy little fuckball of a worm, before and after this. I just find it weird and odd that he was about, 60% right. I'll be charitable and say that. I'll be kind of charitable and be like, alright, you're kind of 60% correct, but he's still into weaving his weird far-right Nazi shit in it. and that's the 40%, and that I'm just going to toss in the trash where he belongs and just take that 60% in the vacuum. You want Transfer's killed? I'm pretty sure it was like one of his like recent shows that he did. I think the Humanist Report had a clip about that. God, you tie me in a little longer. Bastard. I think it was this. Here, I'm actually just gonna skip all the way. Oh, I think somewhere around here. Yeah, I think it was here.
And he's doing that, you know, in part in response to some of the laws that are being passed around the country. But then
hold on.
And you can use that clip verbatim, circulate it.
Yeah, fuck you, Candace.
I want to flee the country. Well, if he himself flees, and he's doing that, you know, in part in response to some of the laws that are being passed around the country, then I consider that another great benefit of those laws. Trump also says, as he goes on to say, that he would direct the Department of Justice to investigate hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, doctors, to find out if they've been involved in a cover-up of the horrific long-term side effects of gender transition drugs and surgeries. And the answer, of course, is that, yes, they have been covering those things up, as any genuine and thorough investigation will clearly show, which is why the next step under a Trump administration or any Republican administration should be to arrest the culprits, the hundreds and hundreds of them, if not thousands of them, and throw them in federal prison. Now, this can't be a matter of simple fines and financial penalties. I mean, that should be part of it. But the only real recourse here, the only semblance of justice, would be prison sentences, very long ones. Now, if it were up to me, we'd go further than that. As far as I'm concerned, mutilating and castrating children should be legally considered a capital crime, and it should earn the prescribed penalty for such crimes. But if we can't have that, then prison will have to suffice.
There you go. He makes it sound nice by calling it capital punishment, but he's just saying that, you know, people who do these type of surgeries and gender reassignment surgeries should be executed in his world. But because, you know, he even recognizes that that isn't possible, he just wants them imprisoned. Hopefully for a long time. Wow. Yeah, I'm not even, yeah. I mean, you know, like I said, I was watching this a little bit on my break, and, I mean, there's actually kind of a whole thing, you know, broadly about this, because Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you know, was going off about the GOP's obsession with trans people and shit. Which, yeah, they do. Watch is probably talking about drug dealers because Singapore kills dealers, not homeless people. Well, he expands that, you know, with a lot of other things that he considers crimes, including those that, you know, want or doctors that, you know, are willing to do gender reassignment and things like that. I mean, I know there's like a few, like this is, yeah, I think, Mike made like a whole compilation, and also this is all within the last week. Like Mike Figueredo made a compilation of these people talking about like these trans issues, and it's all literally within the past week. Like there was that Candace clip I skipped over. She had that. Matt Walsh, you know, had like at least 2 or 3. And then there's at least, like, thinking of Ben 1, 2. So, I mean, they constantly make this an issue. Even though there really isn't. And I'm sure there's probably more. You know, and those are just the ones that Mike decided to pick. Which he picked like 3 or 4. I'm just saying, as much as people complain about, I don't know if he just wants to kill him. I'm assuming he was talking more about dealers. I mean, knowing Matt Walsh, I'm assuming he probably does want to either have him imprisoned or, you know, depending on what else they're doing when they're arrested, probably executed. I mean, maybe all homeless people, probably not, but when it comes to, like, depending on what that homeless person may be doing, sure. I mean, it's Matt Walsh. Like, this motherfucker's, like, called for the execution of trans people. The doctors, you know, wanting to do that. You know, drug dealers, at least, you know, kind of vaguely homeless people, but maybe not all homeless people. You know, it's just like, the dude's kind of like obsessed with killing people. Like outright. Decided the whole Boston bomb threats along with that Kychek fucking bitch of Lips TikTok. You know, it's like the dude's kind of obsessed with one people killed. Like he genuinely does have an obsession with it. Laws might change. I mean, sadly, I feel like he probably would. Wasn't it during, like, Trump's administration, like, near the end of it, that he was kind of praising, Rodrigo Duterte in the Philippines for his drug policies? Which is basically a free-for-all vigilante, like, death squads, you know, and shit, you know, just killing people even on the auspices of, you know, maybe them dealing or doing drugs. Is Duterte still a leader over there? Because from my understanding, I don't think he is anymore, but if not, think fuck. But if so, good Jesus Christ, can they get rid of him already? Because that dude's this fucking psychopath. Never heard much from him, so I'm assuming he probably isn't a leader anymore. I'm actually gonna look it up. Fuck it. Looking it up. Let's see. Video of Duterte in a hot tub jacuzzi with a bunch of little... Yeah, I mean, I'm not really that surprised, honestly. Let's see. Is named, quote, Bing Bong Marcos? Seriously? Let's see. Oh my... No, it's Bong Bong Marcos. Oh my god. Ferdinand Bong Bong Marcos Jr. No, that's literally his nickname is Bong Bong. Oh my god. What the fuck? I thought that was a joke. No, his name is actually Bong... Like, his nickname is Bong Bong. Oh my god, what the... What the fuck? Okay. Alright then. Are you sure it's not? I'm pretty sure it isn't. The Bong Bong, dude. What the fuck? Wait, so what's this, like, political party? PFP? Nationalista, KBL, so I'm assuming nationalist. Conservative. It doesn't even say besides that. Besides the parties. What's the PFP then? Partido Federal in Filipinas. Federal Party of the Philippines. Well, this totally sounds democratic. Ideology, federalism. That's literally it. So, I guess they have the Prime Minister, but they only have 2 seats in the House of Reps and 1 provisional governorship seat. And that's literally it. What's their ideology? Like, is it just straight unitary system? Federalist? It's just federalist? That's it? Oh, I hear. Our principles are humanism, patriotic federalism, enlightened socialism, and direct democracy. Okay, so the PFP, OFW, International Affairs Committee. Wait, what's the OFW? overseas Filipino workers. Sounds like a union. Wait, someone that, political scientist Julio Tejanqui classifies PFP as one of the neo-authoritarian parties that spawned during the presidency of Rodrigo Duterte. So, is it based or is it not? God damn it, that had to be there. I mean, I'm just looking at the wiki page of this. Like, I mean, from right here, it sounds kind of based. I mean, but then there's this last paragraph. Yeah, is this a union? It's a term often used for. Well, is it so it's just okay? So it's not. It's just it just refers to a. Okay, I don't know. It sounded like a union, honestly. But, okay, well, I don't know. I mean, at least with this, I mean, it sounds based. I mean, but I don't know. I mean, what about this guy? I mean, is he cool? What about this dude? Shit. Part of, like, a revolution was exiled and stuff, I guess? Yeah, let's look at you now. Yeah, okay. Free train rides to students and extend to free rides. It's okay. So it looks like at least, you know, like free train rides, you know, for students who are going to like the university belt. I'm assuming that's where the university is. So, I mean, seems like not terrible. I mean, it seems like it was better initially, but then narrowed it down and kind of watered it down a little bit. But I mean, okay. Day 2, if you do create a free economic zone, the bill is also not being sponsored by. And the planned economic zone, okay. Same day. Huh. Allowed Republic Act, no, it's vaporized, nicotine, non-nicotine products. So lapse into law due to the hounding health risk regarding usage of electronics. So he was adamant about pushing the boosters, so that's good, at least. So he's based on the whole vaccine takes, so that's good. So, I mean, honestly, so far, this guy sounds good. Bonbon don't sound bad. It sounds kind of, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say based, but, oh, wait, hold up, it's drug war stuff. Wait, let's look at this. There's no intent of rejoining, as death case linked, tax exemption on poll workers and honorary decoration transfer. Okay, I don't know if that's good or not. It didn't really say much about what, you know, anything else. Yeah, political views. What are your views, buddy? Conservative Machiavellian, described as a populist. Close ties to China, has been described as more pro-American than his predecessor Duterte. This guy seems confusing. Like, it doesn't sound terrible, but it doesn't necessarily sound good? Wait. Oh, I thought that said 97. That's 1957, okay. I was about to say, this guy's young as fuck, you know, for looking like that. I mean, because I was about to say, for someone around my age, he looks old. No, in the political climate in the Philippines, they don't produce many baseball. It's been accused by as being cocaine addict. You know what? Honestly, with this portrait, I kind of see that a little bit. Those nostrils, especially that one on the left right there, it's looking a little big. I think there's a little bit of a small, subtle thing about him where, yeah, might love a little bit of the coke. Did Duterte even accuse him? Damn. I mean, if he's into cocaine, I mean, whatever. Oh my god. A vice president is a Duterte. Sarah Duterte? A daughter of Rodrigo Duterte. Oh my god, what the fuck is she wearing in this portrait? Holy shit. What is that dress? What is this fit, dude? What is that fit? What the fuck is that? I kind of dig it, but what the hell? It's very prominent. Okay, yeah, Bonbon probably don't sound base if you got, like, the daughter of the psycho before you as your VP. Because I guarantee you she's probably no better. Man, what the fuck? That could out pedophile the Filipinos to Indonesians. Aye. Well, we learned a little more about the Philippines. I still feel like I'm a little confused about the party slash, you know, the guy himself, but I mean, it doesn't seem like everything is entirely too bad, you know, but like he doesn't sound great. In fact, he just sounds like another corrupt shitbag, and is just using some elements of populism to just keep his popularity up. So, conservative and Machiavellian is how he describes himself. Like, what the fuck? What the hell, man? What a weirdo. I mean, not everything seems conservative about him, but Machiavellian definitely describes him. I can't get over Sarah Duterte's fit, though, dude. Like, that dress or whatever she was wearing, I mean, I dig it a little bit, but, like, goddamn, you gotta chill. Like, you kind of need to chill out a little bit. I could, like, see that on somebody else, but not her. Like, it just kind of looks like those shoulder pads on, you know, for her just look way too big. Like, those shoulder pads look like the size of her actual head. Like, she could wear that as, like, a hat. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, if she, like, ripped those, like, shoulder pads off and wore that as a hat, like, she could do that. Bonbon sounds so right. Dude, it really kind of does, but it's his nickname. Like, you know, so it is acceptable. It is a legitimate nickname, you know, that he has. Like, I mean, it's on his wiki thing. I mean, apparently that's, like, a genuine nickname that he has. So, you know, like, Bonbon Marcos. I mean, Ferdinand Bonbon Marcos. I mean, there's, it's weird as it sounds, it's not racist. I mean, like, literally, in any other circumstance, it genuinely probably would be, but in this case, it's not. It's just, it's so weird, like, because honestly, when you said it the first time, I thought you were fucking joking. I'm like, are you, like, just doing a softcore racism? And I looked it up, and I'm like, oh my god, you're serious. It's like his nickname is actually Bong Bong. It's like, it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, could it, like, I'm sorry, but could your nickname literally be anything else? Like, it could literally be anything else. Why did it have to be that? It's like, what the fuck, man? Ay, dude. Bong bong, bro, what the fuck? Ah, Dios mío, dude. What the hell? It's like what's next? It's like the next Prime Minister of China after Xi Jinping is gonna be like nicknamed. I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to do it. I don't even want to do it. I don't even want to. No, I'm not even gonna play around with that. No, I'm not. No, I'm cutting that one off. No, I don't even want to play around with that one. God. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, the spy balloon thing is still a big deal. Everyone's still having a goddamn conniption fit over this. Like, what the fuck? Why? Can it go away already? Like, we get it, a balloon exists. Like, fuck. Oh my god. That shit straight, like, that balloon really did cause a conniption fit, you know, in this country, did it? Sounds like an sort of Southeast Asian. It kind of does. Filipinos be like, my name is... Yep. I'm Ferdinand Bombong Rodriguez Duterte. What's up? What the fuck, man? What the hell? Fucking Bombong, dude. I can't believe that's the guy's actual nickname still. I'm just gonna, like, go to bed just still thinking about that. It's like the guy's name's unironically goddamn fucking Bombong. Why? Like, why, man? Why is the Filipinos president nicknamed that? Like I said, like, could have literally have been anything else. Could have been, like, you know, like... Fucking... I don't know. Let me look at him. I don't know. Let me look at this guy. You know, honestly, you know, he kind of has a resemblance to somebody. He kind of has a resemblance to, like, kind of Xi Jinping a little bit. Maybe it's just, like, the fit he's got going on. Maybe the haircut a little bit. But it's like a soft resemblance, honestly. Not entirely, but a little bit. I think it's like the what is he wearing, honestly? Like, well, look at the design. What is this? Like, why is he wearing, like, a fancy, like, bridal's, like, design, or, like, you know, fancy cloth design on there? Like, what the fuck? What is this design? What is this shirt? Like, you're being subtle with it, but, like, over the top at the same time. How is this even possible? Like, why? Why? What is that shirt? But I'm still trying to think of anything. Honestly, I can't even really think of anything just looking at him. Like, you know, hold on, let me skim through some other pictures of this dude. Oh my god, when he was younger, holy shit, he looks so much different. Oh my god, he looks so different. What the dude, he looks so different. That's him, like, now at this point. Now it's him, like... during what? Like, when was that picture? Like, what, during his youth? Like, when he was, like, 20s or something? When was that picture? Like, around here? It's not in here. Where was it? In here? No? Where the fuck was that picture? In here? Where was it? Was it in here? Oh, there it is. Oh, this is 8 years ago? That was fucking 8 years ago? Dude, he looks so different now. What about here? Oh my lord. Yeah, he looks totally different. He's wearing the same. He's not. His shirt isn't really that different. Stint as a senator, so I guess back in 2010 or something. I guess. I still can't think of a nickname for this dude. Maybe I can see something here. Hold on. What we got going on here? Still can't really think of one. Wait, what's a pen? Still trying to... I'm legit trying to think here. Oh my god, he had to talk about Biden. Jesus Christ. Look at this little fart. Look at this fucking bastard. Do you think he understood anything that was fucking going on in this? Look at him. Dude, you could tell that this guy was just like, he just was not wanting to be in any of this at all. He's like, oh my god, please let this be over. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're back to the beginning? Okay. I don't know, man. I can't really think of a nickname for him, honestly. But goddamn, it shouldn't be it should not be Bonbon. It really shouldn't. I can't think of a nickname for him really off the top of my head. I don't know. Maybe something will pop up, but I don't know. I can't really think of one that would actually genuinely, kind of fit him. I mean, I guess I could think of more of like a, considering it seems like, corrupt, nepotistic kind of shit. Fuck, it's something about Marcos regime, so it seems like he, kind of has a history of, roles. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so, yeah, it seems like, this family history of ruling this country. Yeah, I mean, so. Well, there you go. Well, here's, a nickname here, Nepo Marco. There you go. I mean, it's not the best one, but at least it's, one right off the top of the head. Off the dome. So at least there's a little bit of a, nickname. But obviously I don't think he would like that. But I don't know why he would like Bong Bong either. But he embraces that, I guess. Ay. Oh my god, it's already 3:30. Boo. Boo. What? Wait, what were you saying? What to? What? What? Everyone wants to spin image of Bob Ross in the newly released trailer for the upcoming film Paint. Is that about Bob Ross? Whoa. I want to say that's a totally spitting image. But he kind of looks like Bob Ross a little bit. The Bob Ross didn't really have blonde hair, did he? He mostly had brunette hair. I'll have to see what that's a movie about. I may or may not be interested in that. But anyway, I think some pizza rolls will call my name, so before I feel my stomach bubbling. So I'll call it good for the rest of the evening, so peace out. And of course, I should be back around for the next one, so toodaloo, youngling.